Hopefully this is working. We're having the audio right too. I'm gonna do the last 3 character quests I have. I am completely unaware if they have any more coming. I didn't end up watching that stream. But I'm also not gonna do the lantern ride thing because I realize it's mostly gonna be unvoiced. So I've just been doing it at my own time instead. Just not what I wanted to do, but oh well. It's gonna have to be how it is, unfortunately. Just... That's not even that loud, okay.
She's all by herself, right?
I just liked it.
Because she's acting as if she's talking and laughing with somebody else. Paimon's creeped out. What? You mean you used to act like that too? So is this an invisible friend who hangs out with you sometimes? Or do they just exist in your imagination? Imaginary. Imagination. Oh, you must mean imagined friend, right? Why didn't you just say so? So, this imaginary friend of yours, when does Paimon get to meet them?
Oh boy.
Seriously? So, imaginary friends just disappear when you grow up? Oh, Paimon was looking forward to meeting yours. Hey, don't suppose your brother has an imaginary friend too?
Sometimes I forget that these quests are based on round 1.0 release, aren't they?
No way! You guys are so lucky! Because they have this game in Liyue. Have you heard of it? It's a 4-player game, but it seems you guys could play it with just the 2 of you.
A 4-player game?
Oh, Traveler! Fancy meeting you here.
Tone-deaf bard. What are you doing here?
I'm here because Lisa has been making some exciting new contraptions.
Why does the thought of Lisa's contraptions make Paimon so nervous?
Come now, that's no way to speak about the elegant Miss Lisa. For this particular contraption, Lisa had to import some dangerous materials from Sumeru.
Dangerous?
That's right. Looks like a monocle, but actually it's called a Nernama detector. Sadly, Lisa isn't able to use it herself, so I'm borrowing it for a while. And also, I'm testing it out for her, to see if it actually works.
Huh? Why can't Lisa use it?
Perhaps it's because she lacks a certain childlike sense of wonder. Or maybe there's some other reason for it. If you want to know for sure, just ask her yourself sometime.
So, you can see them? Go on, tell us. What does his imaginary friend look like?
That would be telling. Anyway, it's all yours now, Traveler. Take a look. See if you can see Nora's imaginary friend.
Do you see him? Do you see him?
So it does work for you two.
Paimon wants to see? Wait, but this gizmo isn't in Paimon's size. Alright then, you'll just have to be Paimon's eyes on the ground. Let's go see what everyone's imaginary friends look like.
Fair enough, I guess. Curious. Why would you want to see what everyone's looks like?
Shop always seems kinda floaty-headed. You know, Paimon bets she has an imaginary friend.
The subtitles were a little bit quick to update there, maybe a bit too quick, but okay. I don't think I've seen them update that quick. Why does it always have to tell me this? That's like 5 minutes late. Is that why my chat thing doesn't work half the time? It's because it's always late to being connected. That's gonna be very disappointing if that's the case.
There it is! Behold, a floating floaty imaginary friend for floaty-headed Flora. A bloaty floaty.
And she's very confused.
Imaginary friends can be plants now?
Hi, Traveler. Hi, Bard. Sure, how can I help? Oh, you mean Mr. Floaty? Most people can't see him. Mr. Floaty is my bestest friend. We grew up together.
No fair. Paimon hates feeling left out.
Flora, why exactly are you friends with a bloaty floaty?
What's wrong with it? I always wanted to be friends with a plant who could fly.
Friends with a flying plant? Why?
Because then when it's windy, you and your friend can fly off into the sky together. You gotta admit that's pretty cool.
Isn't that called being blown away?
That's what some people like to call it. I only found out this plant existed from an explorer who told me stories of his adventures. I think his name was Stanley.
Stanley. Wait, hold on. I missed the context. What? Stanley. Is that the pit? I don't remember Stanley.
Stanley's an adventurer.
Wow. That narrows it down a lot.
And you can tell he's an expert at it from the stories he tells. The amazing adventures of Stanley are super famous in Mondstadt. He's in the city at the moment. You should go ask him to tell you some of his stories.
That sounds like a fun idea for next time. But right now we have other things to attend to.
Okay.
Flora's a pretty mysterious kid.
Which child shall we interrogate next?
Paimon's thinking.
Welcome to Mondstadt.
Oh, how about that little guy on the bridge?
I guess it's now interrogations on the children, huh? I didn't think of seeing it that way, but okay. It's a ruin god? Oh.
No way!
Well, that is unexpected.
Wait, so
Timmy's
that's...
imaginary friend is a ruin guard?
It's not like people always... If there's an animation that includes Timmy, for whatever reason there's always a ruin god. Is this... why?
Paimon's freaking out right now. That thing is sure to attack us.
What say you we postpone our conversation with Timmy for the time being?
Huh? Paimon has a favorite line?
Oh my god.
Seriously? Oh,
That
all
one,
right
okay.
then. How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
Yeah.
Children are more open-minded. Is that why they can think up all kinds of imaginary friends?
Fitting, isn't it? That the City of Freedom should be home to children with such boundless powers of imagination.
What about adults' imaginations? Let's ask some adults at the tavern.
I just can't get over that. It started off normal, then it was a plant, and then it was a ruin god. Like, that's a... Wait, huh? Did I miss something? Oh, was I meant to talk to someone out here? Oh. Oh, it's Diluc and Kaya.
The thing about wine is, you have to drink it at the tavern, or you miss out on half the fun.
Seems to me you'd find some way of keeping yourself amused even if you drank alone.
If I didn't know any better, I would say you're being deliberately uncivil.
Just drink responsibly on my premises, okay?
Oh, and if I did have one too many, what then? You'd throw me out along with the trash, is that it?
Throw you out?
You know, the same way you threw out Father's legacy. You sold off his mansion, or maybe you've forgotten.
I see no reason to cling to things that have outlived their purpose.
Is that so? Then I trust you were most swift indeed to part with a certain vase?
Sorry. I have no recollection.
That's odd. Master Diluc, I'm sure I saw such a vase in your home. A beautiful one, unmistakable in fact.
Seems our suspicions were right. Grown-ups don't appear to have imaginary friends.
Like I said, a lack of childlike wonder.
So people just stop dreaming when they grow up? Okay, well, Paimon for one never wants to grow up.
This raises an interesting question. At what age exactly do people's imaginary friends disappear? Let's go and check.
What?
How about Ellen? Someone of her age surely must have some imagination left, don't you think?
I'm assuming Ellen is...
Somehow, Paimon finds the idea of not being able to see Ellen's imaginary friend kinda scary.
Assuming that she's the one that always does the training of piano, right? Based on where I'm going, it would be the case. Yeah, it is, okay. Why is this quest all about imaginary friends? It's just such a random thing. I guess it is maybe a city of freedom, I suppose, but... it's just so random compared to every other quest. At least all the ones from, like, 1.0. Jean? Interesting.
Jean? What is Jean doing here? Is Master Jean Ellen's imaginary friend? Yeah, she's so conscientious. It's terrifying.
Oh, hello. What are you guys doing?
Are you always training here?
You bet. Today, I heard Stanley talking about his adventures. It was incredible. It got me really pumped up. I hope I can be as outstanding as him one day.
So that you can fight shoulder to shoulder with Master Jean?
I mean, obviously I want to become a knight. And if I got to go on an adventure with Jean herself, well, even better.
Seems Ellen really looks up to Jean.
Huh, thanks! I was thinking, it's not every day I get to hang out with the honorary knight. Would you join me for some sword training? How can I smash all these training dummies
Oh,
at
for God's
once?
sake. Can I just use...
So that's how to do it. Oh, thank you. It's clear I still have a
using
long
a
way
shield.
to go in my training.
So modest. I, for one, think you're quite the pro at this already.
Well, I'm exhausted from training, so clearly my fitness needs some work. One day, though,
There's a
I'll
noise.
smash all the training dummies in Mondstadt.
Ellen, she's our girl. If she can't do it, Hilly Churl.
Thanks. Shoot, I got so caught up here I forgot there's something I was supposed to do today. But I'm so sore from training. I can hardly move. Honorary Knight, could you deliver a message to Jack for me? He's gone adventuring at the Temple of the Lion with Stanley today. Stanley's a truly legendary adventurer,
Damn, it's been a
renowned
while.
in all of Mondstadt. He once set foot in the Mare Javari. We were gonna meet up tonight and discuss adventure plans. Could you let him know it'll have to be another day? Great! Thank you so much.
I haven't been there in so damn long. That's the one... oh, it's this one. Okay, it's not the one by the electrohypostasis, I see. Again, animal crystal. I mean, sure. Add that to the collection. I'll probably get a trial Venti, right?
The Temple of the Lion? We
As
explored
expected.
this place once before, didn't we? During the Storm Terror incident. Seems like it's now a hot spot for adventurers. That can only mean one thing. Looks like we can't go any further.
No,
Not to worry. Allow me.
I need to wait for
Those who
the
wander in the dust, the wind shall send soaring sky high.
We didn't bag all the loot
Jesus
last
Christ.
time.
Huh? What do you mean we didn't bag all the loot last time? Wait, does that mean I missed chests when I originally did this? Like, what, 3 years ago now? Oh, I really hope that's not the case. But at the same time, that'll be fine if that is the case. There's a chest in there. I guess this is meant to be seen as like a chance to try out Venti back during launch. Maybe late actually. I don't know if these were around at launch.
Hey there!
It's a damn good thing that the shields are tanky. Thank you, game. I needed that cutscene at the door opening. 100%.
Hey, are those guys?
You couldn't put a more annoying enemy in a more annoying place. If you tried.
Hey there!
Like, what is this punishment?
Watch out!
There we go. That's Stanley and Joe.
I was so sure I was about to die.
To be fair, that could have gone either way. So, you must be Jack the Adventurer, I assume?
Yes. Who are you?
Actually, we came looking for you.
Ellen has a message for you. She said she won't be able to join you today to plan out your next adventure together. She'll join you some other time.
Oh, I see. I feel bad you had to come all this way to find me, and then had to rescue me.
Huh? I don't see what all the fuss is about. It was nothing that I, Stanley, couldn't have dealt with by myself.
Whoa! You are Stanley? You are that legendary adventurer? Renowned in all of Mondstadt? Who once set foot in the Mare Javari?
The very same.
I must say, it's an honor to meet one as legendary as yourself. Well then, how would everyone like to proceed? Head back or head further inside?
Well, I think you're now in the safe hands of Stanley, the great explorer and legend of Mondstadt. In which case, why head back now?
Okay, motion passed by unanimous consent. Let's head further in.
Ah yes, unanimous consent. I don't think Jack said anything.
I'm guessing you mostly came here because you want to hear my adventure story. Am I right?
No, we really were just looking for Jack.
What? Do you know who I am? I am Stanley, renowned adventurer of Mondstadt.
Yeah, I think we got that.
Why can I land up here if there's an invisible wall?
Attitude says maybe you don't got that. I am Stanley, the living legend. Stanley who saved the man Javari.
Enough already! Ugh. Stop name-dropping yourself every time you open your mouth!
It's true, though. Stanley is the most amazing guy.
Well,
What's this? Oh my
Jack
god.
will listen, won't you? Where was I?
You and your partner reached the Mare Javari, a famously terrifying place with not a wisp of wind.
Okay, that's a pretty good roll, actually.
Precisely. There was a deathly silence in the air. A sea of ashes stretched out
No
before us,
chest.
as far as the eye could see. The
Could be something
ledge of
behind
rock.
my wrist.
Suddenly,
Nope.
my partner was caught in a whirlpool whipped up by an evil beast. Luckily,
Oh my god, I
managed
press
to
4
grab
instead of
hold
5
of him
every
just in
time.
time.
Wow. So, did he make it?
Sadly, in the end, I alone was able to
Ah,
set
yes,
foot
I still
on
move
ground
while I
once
land.
more, where the gentle breeze carried away the tears welling up in my eyes.
That poor guy. How could that happen?
Jack, you can't cry so easily if you want to be a great adventurer.
I know. Because
I did that maybe a bit too quick.
Traveler, I believe I've made a small discovery. Could I ask you to use the Nernama detector once more?
Huh? Hmm. Oh my god, it's just his younger self.
What? Stanley has an imaginary friend?
It seems his imaginary friend is a seasoned warrior, covered in scars from head to foot, and a look of staunch determination on his face. You're saying his imaginary friend is an idealized version of his own self? Interesting idea, but is it true?
Please excuse me. I'll be leaving now.
Bye, Stanley. Do you two still have time to spare?
Can I get
What
that
is it?
chest? That'd be great.
A few days ago, Stanley got drunk and told me a secret. Something he's never told anyone before.
Hmm?
The weapons he took on his adventure all those years ago, they were none other than those once wielded by Mondstadt's greatest hero, Vanessa herself. The sword of brilliant valor and the shield of magnificent honor. I don't know whether you believe me, but apparently, both the sword and shield are still right here in Mondstadt, over in Dadaupa Gorge. Since you guys are the experts at this, can you come with me to try and retrieve these two legendary weapons? I don't know. Outstanding individuals always come with their quirks, right? If I can just get a hold of something impressive enough to show my family what I'm capable of, maybe they'll finally come around to the idea of me being an adventurer. Right now, I'm just a rookie. My abilities are limited, and my parents don't support my goals one bit. So, what do you say? Help a guy out? I can't bring myself to tell Stanley about it, because my reasons are so, selfish. But I swear I'll give the weapons back to him as soon as I'm done.
Aw, poor Jack. Let's help him out. Venti, you coming too?
I don't know.
Oh, one other thing. I have a bottle of rare vintage wine that I had someone fetch for me a couple years ago. Help me find these weapons, and it's all yours.
Dadaupa Gorge, was it? Let's hurry. There's no time to lose.
That was an extremely quick sway, Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't see the point in that. I guess to show that Stanley never left. In which case, I guess fair. Where is it? It's just to the left. No reason for me to take a longer route.
Rise like smoke.
No point just teleporting if I'm right next to it, essentially.
I'm tired already.
I'm looking for the Sword of Brilliant Valor. I mean, the sword shouldn't be hard to find, right? Especially if it's one with a name. I need to look in a pretty large area too. And I'm unsure which enemies count as part of the quest and which ones don't. What's with the wind current over there? What is the wind current over here about? Something even special down there from what I was seeing. Oh. Well, these are definitely not part of the quest then. Where in the world would they put a sword? Probably in there, actually. Yeah.
Hey, that bunch of hill trolls. Are they holding some kind of ceremony? And what's with that pile of knickknacks? Are they worshipping them?
Seems so. That must be the Sword of Brilliant Valor, surely.
I mean, how do we know the sword's even anything special?
Coming at ya.
Because if anything, it looks like a regular sword to me.
Lo and behold, the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
Are you sure? Looks kind of basic to Paimon, and a little worse for wear, too. Why would hilly trolls be bowing down before a piece of junk like this?
Seems somebody tossed an old sword into a pile of spoils these hilly trolls were already celebrating.
This is in terrible shape, and it's so basic, I'm at a loss for words.
Say, Jack, have you ever seen an anemo crystal fly? They're found in the open country around Mondstadt City. If you saw one in broad daylight, you wouldn't bat an eyelid. But in the pitch blackness of night, its brilliant glow is mesmerizing. It truly resembles an exquisite crystal dancing in the night air. Is valor not the same? When everything is going your way, it seems meaningless, fades into the background. But when you're in dire straits, valor is the thing that gets you fired up and fighting back. It's the brilliant ray of light that guides you out from the darkness.
What?
You're right. You're right. Then this has to be it. This is the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
Surely.
So, we got our sword. Now we just need that shield. Let's scout around. It's definitely in Dadaupa Gorge, so... huh?
There's somebody there.
Stanley? What's he doing here?
He's acting so weird.
What happened? Why did you stop all of a sudden?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just one of those Mora spouting weasel thieves passed by is all.
What? Where? I want to see.
Oh, it's already gone now.
Maybe another time. We have a shield to find, remember?
Okay. Where's the shield? It'll be okay. I'm stuck on the thing. Well, seeing as Stanley ran off in this direction, he's probably planted another fake, hasn't he? I don't know though, I don't think these are anything special. So it's probably in another building, or it's not. It's just a plain wooden shield that every Helichel uses.
Lo and behold, the shield of magnificent honor.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. It's a chunk of wood. A chunk of scrap wood with the handle attached. Who in their right mind would use this as a shield?
There's also wine stains on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was just taken from a wine barrel.
And yet, my bard's intuition tells me that this is none other than the shield of magnificent honor. Warriors wear their battle scars with pride, and shields are no different. Surely an intact shield is one that has shied away from the battlefield, Is not the broken and splintered shield the one that has fought in countless wars and lived to tell the tale? Though the soldier's body be tired and torn, still they fight till the very end, till they have no blood left to bleed. Such magnificent strength of will. Is that not the true meaning of honor?
This is not just lying.
Shiny new shields don't stay new and shiny for long. Okay then. Well, maybe if we ask nicely, he'll just let us take the Shield of Magnificent Honor for free.
Surely you can talk to a Hilichurl.
Excuse me, Mr. Hilichurl? Well, okay, you take it from here. Hope you've picked up some Hilichurlian by now.
Vin
If not,
plata
there's
dada.
always body language.
Huh?
Seems cheerful enough. Maybe negotiating will work after all.
Oh, he doesn't like that.
Oh, he did not seem to appreciate that.
Well, if you insist, a tune I shall strum.
I don't see a wind current in the back.
Seems cheerful enough. Maybe negotiating will work after all. Oh, yeah! He actually gave us the shield!
Huh?
Guys, thank you so much. I can't believe I
What?
actually found them. Mom, Dad, check out the legendary weapons I found.
Hey, wait!
Oh no.
The wine, you promised! And I actually helped a lot this time. What are you doing here, Stanley? Out for a stroll?
Hey, what are you doing here, Bard? Fancy that, huh? You, out for a stroll too?
Oh, that's right. An after dinner stroll to be precise. We were also helping a friend look for something.
Paimon's starting to think Stanley might be a fraud. Did Stanley plant the sword and shield here in advance so as to not hurt Jack's feelings?
Adventurers must be pretty familiar with Dadaupa Gorge. You've fought battles here before, after all.
You better believe it. I can navigate this whole area with my eyes closed.
Wow. Then I admire your perseverance. And your memory, too.
It's only to be expected of a great adventurer like me. You guys had better watch out, though. This place is crawling with Hilichurls. I'll get back to my, stroll now. Goodbye.
Guilty conscience much?
Well, he shouldn't have gotten so carried away bragging to Jack, should he? Although, on further reflection, I must say I'm intrigued. Someone who can't let go of the past and gives up on the present instead. I wonder, if such a person was forced to take their first step towards the future, which way would they go?
What are you talking about?
I'm just musing to myself. Anyway, I propose we take a trip to Angel's Share tonight.
Okay. I don't... Okay. Wait for night to fall. 6 to 20 to 11. Of course I just missed it. Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? Makes it a little too easy for me. Okay. Oh, I probably should have teleported first. That might have been smart. A little too late to regret that. Good. Are we gonna see Stanley or Jack here? I get the feeling we're gonna see one of them here. Okay. Hasn't Okay, it's Stanley.
Tell me, Stan. Tell me, what should I do?
Huh? Why does he keep repeating his own name?
Surely not. Even I've never heard tell of a second Stanley.
Oh,
Did they
Stan.
forget?
It should have been me. I should have been the one to die in the Melchivari that day.
Wait.
Why won't your spirit come and stop me from using your name? Why, Stanley? Why? If only you hadn't had to save a rookie like me, you would have never died in that windless corner of the world. You were a renowned adventurer, destined to become a legend one day. But now, that'll never happen, because your life was cut short, and all because of a worthless tag-along.
Does anyone get what's going on here?
I think our friend really did make it to the Merjavari. And I think the tragedy he encountered there was real too. But the real adventurer, the real Stanley, that was his partner, not him. The real Stanley is the one who died to save our Stanley.
Wait, so the only reason our Stanley is called Stanley in the first place is because he stole the other Stanley's name?
I fear that may be the case.
Stanley, for so many years I've lived in fear. Fear that Mondstadt will forget all about you. So I tell your adventure stories at every opportunity. Mondstadt must remember. Stanley reached the center of the Madrivari. He's the greatest adventurer there ever was, and he lives on. Stanley will never die, because I am Stanley. I am Stanley. I'm sorry, Stanley. I'm getting too old. Now, are you guys planning on eavesdropping much longer?
Yikes! We're busted!
Okay. I don't even need to move, I can just press F, it's already there.
Go away. Save your questions. Just leave me in peace.
But...
Leave now. Don't make me tell you again.
Honorary Knight, Venti, and Paimon. I'm so glad you guys are here. I've been looking for you everywhere. I wanted to thank you again for helping me find the sword and shield. My parents are finally supporting me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. They even said they're gonna pay for someone to fix up the Sword of Brilliant Valor and Shield of Magnificent Honor for me, so I can take them out on the road.
That's wonderful! So, Jack, is this the part where you bid farewell to Mondstadt and set off on your intrepid trip traversing Teyvat?
No, not yet. I still don't have what it takes to go too far from home just yet. Besides, I'm sure Stanley still has a few stories left to tell. They're what inspired me to become an adventurer in the first place. Stanley, Oh, you're drunk again. We'll see you tomorrow then. After your hangover wears off. Maybe you can tell me some more of your stories?
Stanley's really fond of that kid, don't you think?
Jack. Jack.
Jack left.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for not telling him about my secret.
Huh? All of a sudden you're facing the facts? That isn't like you.
Just now, I couldn't bear to look at him. His adventurous spirit is so pure, unblemished. Just a weary old feckless fraud. But that kid is a brand new shining star, full of potential. I cannot allow his dreams to be crushed.
You're not a total fraud. Stanley's adventure stories and experiences. They're all true, aren't they?
Stories? Experiences? What's the point of them anymore? To be honest, my memories of adventuring and of Stanley, They're hazy these days. That's my biggest secret of all, and my biggest fear. All these years, I've been living to tell his story. But his personality and the details of his life, I don't remember them clearly anymore. But the one thing I can never forget is that he died in a windless land, where his spirit can never be recovered.
Exactly. Even in his memory, the real Stanley isn't the living, breathing friend he knew at all. Instead, he's become fixed on the image of him as that battle-scarred warrior. And that image has held him captive his entire life.
I'm too old. I never let go. But still, so much has slipped away. I'm completely and utterly worthless. No adventurer should have to go that way. No adventurer ever.
Hans Archibald.
My true name? How did you know? The wind. I can hear the wind blowing in the Mare Javari. I always believed you existed.
Will you hand me your old friend's spirit?
I can't believe it. Thank you all. And thank you, Lord Barbados. I'm sorry. It's gonna take me some time to calm back down. But I think that I'm gonna be okay.
Is that the first time an NPC is
Wonderful! Stanley
shown?
reconnected with his true self and Jack can finally go his own way. This calls for a celebration. And by celebration, I do, of course, mean libation.
And by libation, you mean you're not leaving this tavern till you're too drunk to walk, right?
No, the wine here's too expensive. Jack still owes me some wine, though. He promised me a rare vintage in exchange for helping him out, remember? I'll head off to fetch the wine. See you shortly. Let's meet at the usual place.
What's the usual place?
Huh? Where's that supposed to be? Why has Paimon never heard of it? Hey, Tone Deaf Bard!
Yeah. What? The usual. Of course, it's up there. Is that the first time an NPC's been shown that Venti is Venti is Barbados? I can't remember another time an NPC's ever been shown that. Why do I have to climb this statue?
I'm tired already.
Oh my god, this is the exact issues I face with it every single time without fail. Kind of forgot about that. Probably gonna make it easier.
You made it. Finally.
Just tell us where you mean next time, okay? We looked everywhere.
Surely.
So, did you at least manage to find your wine?
Yep. Well, sort of. Jack made it out to be a rare collector's edition vintage. When actually it's just a half bottle of regular cider. This takes me back. The first time I saw this view, I hadn't even taken on this form yet. It was about 2,600 years ago, before the world had come under the rule of the Seven. At that time, old Mondstadt was ruled by a tyrant, who sealed off the city's perimeter with a ferocious hurricane. Even the birds couldn't get in or out.
Old Mondstadt? Oh, Paimon remembers! Nowadays it's known as Storm Terror's lair, right? You mentioned it before.
That's right. The Tyrant of the Winds who once ruled from that tower was Decarabian, god of storms. Back then, I was but a wisp among the 1,000 winds. I wasn't a god of anything. I didn't even have a human form. I was just a tiny elemental being who lived in the wind, a gentle breeze bringing subtle changes for the better, or tiny seeds of hope.
A tiny elemental being? Without a human form? Venti, do you mean you used to look different than you do now?
Yup. My current form is not so different from the situation with fake Stanley. I took the form of a friend. In old Mondstadt transpired the story to be told. Where a tyrant ruled, I met a boy not that old. The lyre he played, and for a song he sought. But storm walls blocked blue sky. He was sincerely distraught. I do so wish to see the birds in flight, said he, his strong eyes filling with light. But his voice was lost in the howling wind's churn, for the whirlwind takes and gives not in return. The true sky and songs that cageless soar, were they not wishes worth fighting for? So the boy turned, extending his hand. Let us cast down the tyrant and his walls from this land. The young boy raised then the flag of revolt, and I threw myself into freedom's tumult. Victorious were we who fought to be free. Gods fell, winds whipped, nations shook violently. In the smoke, a despot met his doom. And we watched as his great tower fell none too soon. Mondstadt began anew, the story passed down, and since then never has another worn its crown.
So then what? What happened to your friend?
Say, Paimon, do you wish to hear the next part of the story?
Yes, of course. The suspense is killing Paimon. But Venti's telling his story. What makes you suddenly want to have a meat feast?
Getting a little peckish or something.
Paimon's had it up to here with you.
You know, you're so smart it almost makes me uncomfortable sometimes. But then, maybe it's right that true friends can tell what the other is thinking. A refreshing drink, a gentle breeze. Moments like this always take me back. Back to a song that I first heard from him. Fly, fly away. Like a bird in the sky. See the world on my behalf. To the heavens may you fly.
Oh, that's an interesting way to end the quest. I didn't expect that. No, oh. Okay. I didn't think it was gonna end just like that at all. I'm gonna quickly go claim my daily commission thing then. I thought there was gonna be a little bit more dialogue at the end, but I guess not. It's also strange how Venti never saw part 2 of his story quest, but the other Archons did. Well, I guess except the one of Fontaine.
Ad Astra. Thank you for.
Okay, claim this too. Oh, guess time for Baizhu. The Heart of Healing. Someone must be asking for help outside Boo Boo Pharmacy. Okay. Oh yeah, right. I always forget there's a teleport point there because the goddamn sign's blocking it. kind of hard to tell it's there when you're zoomed out when when the event's just next to it. Was there not a better place they could choose for the event just so it didn't block up in a teleport point?
What's your name, buddy? Are you here to buy some medicine? Where are your mom and dad?
Are you lost?
No, I'm not. My name's Ayu, and I'm here because...
Hey there, Chi-Chi. Hi, Gray. What's going on?
Hi, Traveler and Paimon.
You've actually come at the perfect time. This little boy seems to have gotten himself lost. I think he must be new to the city. Probably wandered away from his parents and...
No, listen to me. I'm not the one who's lost. It's my dad.
Your dad? How does a fully grown man manage to get lost in Liyue Harbor?
He's probably not lost in the
Well,
Harbor, that's why.
My dad's always been kind of forgetful.
Unless...
In the past, he was just a little slow to react sometimes. But I'm worried that it's getting more serious.
So, what about your mom?
She went out a few days ago to gather some herbs for my dad, but she still hasn't come back. Meanwhile, my dad's been getting worse and worse. I remembered that the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy always runs a clinic in Chingsa Village during the Lantern Rite, so I thought, why don't I take Dad to Liyue Harbor to see him there? When we got to the city gate, I took a moment to ask the Millelith guards for directions to the pharmacy. And then, when I turned back around, my dad was gone. I asked the Millelith guys to go find him, but he said they won't be able to send that many people. So then I figured, maybe I can ask some other people in the city to help.
You came to the right place. We're pros at finding people. Isn't that right, Traveler?
Changshan can help. She has a good sense of smell, like a dog.
Hey, who's talking about me behind my back?
Chengsheng, Chi-Chi meant that as a compliment. There's no need to be upset. Hello, child. You mentioned that you were looking for the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy. How might we be of service?
You have a talking snake? Oh, are you Uncle Baizhu?
Uncle Baizhu?
Chengsheng, now's not the time. My dear boy, could you tell me more about your father's condition, as much as you can recall?
Yes, Dr. Baizhu.
I see. And your family lives near Chingsa Village, you say? I visit patients there frequently, but I don't recall ever seeing you or your parents.
Uh-huh. My mom doesn't like meeting other people, especially during Lantern Rite. She always tells me to just stay at home and keep my dad company.
Is that so? Ayu, by any chance, is your mother's name Jiangli?
Whoa, yeah, it is! Do you know my mom, Dr. Baizhu?
I certainly do. Gui, Chi-Chi, are there any pressing matters in the pharmacy at the moment? Ayu's parents are old acquaintances of mine, so I would very much like to assist with the search. Would the two of you have time to join me?
Don't forget us two. We already told Ayu that we'd help.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. We are most grateful for your support.
Chi-Chi and I need to clear up the shop front first, but once that's taken care of, we'll be right out to help you with the search.
Family is very important.
Thank you. Then I'll leave you to handle the pharmacy. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you come with me and Ayu? Let's start by talking to the Millelith guards at the city gates, see if they have an update.
Something tells me they don't have an update. Oh, just... okay. Oh, I guess that's because it's the way I was looking before, isn't it? There's a dock there? Oh. Guess I've just never paid enough attention to that place. Oops. Oh.
They searched to the
these-
north, but couldn't find anyone who matched the description.
Well, they do have an update, huh?
That complicates things. The city folks say there's no sign of him either. We need to start looking further afield. But where are we gonna get the people?
Excuse me, sirs. Have you found out anything about my dad yet?
Ah, hey there, buddy. Dr. Baizhu. What brings you out this way?
The boy asked for our help, so we're here to join the search. Any new developments to update us on?
Oh, thank goodness. We were just discussing how we're running out of manpower. As for updates, I'm sorry to say that we've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but didn't find anything.
The guards at the crossing up ahead said they hadn't seen anyone either, so we don't believe he was heading towards the Guili Plains. But it is possible that he was bound for Luhua Pool.
Luhua Pool? The terrain there can be tricky to navigate. Let's hope he hasn't run into any trouble.
You will? Ah, great. We can't thank you enough.
Sorry we weren't able to find your dad, buddy.
That's okay. Thank you for trying.
Which area is Luhua Pool again? Is that the... I remember this place at all, actually. I guess I mostly remember the domain. But that's about it, because it was a one-time domain. Wait. No. I thought it was one of those carrot ones where there's 4 carrots in a square that spawn a chest when you pick them all. I recall those being common in Monster, so maybe the big one here I missed. This is an interesting place to end up, if he is here.
Watch out! Dad! Dad, can you hear me?
Can these be... They can. Yep,
I'm loving this treasure hunt.
of course.
Look, there's somebody over there.
Oh. Oh, it's one of those proximity based ones.
Hey, you! Stop! Don't go any further!
Is he okay?
Watch where you're going!
Who's that? The hotel?
Dear customer, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor does appreciate your patronage, but you needn't hasten the inevitable. Are you all right?
Okay.
Huh?
Dad!
Hey, Hotel!
My, who do we have here? It's the Traveler in Paimon, and... my worst nightmare.
I see she still hasn't warmed to you.
Thank you, Director Who, for saving this man.
Dad, are you okay? Do you recognize me? It's me, Ayu.
You're... Are you? Who am I?
Your
You
name is
okay?
Xiao Liang, and you live just west of Qingse Village. You were supposed to come to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. Remember? Does that jog your memory?
Oh, my name is Jia Liang. Liyue Harbor. See the doctor? Yes, I'm Jia Liang, and I need to see the doctor. Wait, why do I need to see the doctor?
Uh-oh. He seems in really bad shape. We need to get him back to Boo Boo Pharmacy right away. Sorry, Hotel. Gotta dash. Dinner's on us next time.
Hold on a second. You're not seriously thinking of taking him to Boo Boo Pharmacy in this state, are you?
Huh? Why not? What's the problem?
Come on, Baizhu. Don't tell me you haven't noticed it. Didn't your master teach you how to spot the signs? Why do I get the sense that you spotted them right away, but you're planning to use it for your own ends?
Use what? What are you talking about? Paimon's lost.
There are traces of god remains in Jialiang's system.
Oh, yes, but more importantly, they're on the verge of an outburst. If that happens, the consequences will be unthinkable.
Paimon, sorry, what?
God remains?
There's no need to worry, Director Hu. I have methods of keeping them at bay. It is the sworn duty of all who practice medicine to cure illnesses and
God
save
remains.
lives. What reason would I have to neglect a patient in need who is right there in front of me? Besides, it was my late master's dying wish to be able to save this patient in particular. Perhaps out of respect for him, you could give me a day's grace so that I have time to treat him?
Now you're bringing my great-uncle into this? Baizhu, just what are you planning this time?
Merely to cure this man, nothing more. But of course, if you have any doubt as to my intentions, you are more than welcome to accompany me to Boo Boo Pharmacy and monitor my activities.
Oh, really? I thought I was persona non grata at Boo Boo Pharmacy. You're being unusually generous today. Okay, deal. We're not going to solve anything by keeping Jialiang here.
Genshin,
I'm happy to do
indeed.
it
Hello,
your way,
Clutch.
but only for my great-uncle's sake and the travelers, of course.
How are you
You
doing,
must
Clutch?
be pleased you brought the traveler along. Otherwise, this would have been a much more vexing ordeal.
Well, time is of the essence. Let's get ourselves back to Boo Boo Pharmacy at once.
Yippee, time to teleport back. Oh, I don't have to teleport back, it's just gonna do it for me. Cool.
Blockages
music
within the
changing.
cardiovascular system, reduced blood flow and energy circulation? I see. I suppose this must have caused the cognitive abnormalities.
Dr. Baizhu, how bad is it? Can you cure him?
Don't you worry. Baizhu's a really great doctor. He's sure to find a way. Isn't that right, Baizhu?
Ayu, do you know when your father first started displaying these symptoms?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that's... I don't know
He's
what
been
else
like
to
this for as
stream
long
on
as I
it,
can
to be
remember.
honest.
But it wasn't
That's
as
the
bad
thing.
as this when I was still little.
Because I feel like
So it's
anything
been a
else
long
would be
time indeed.
boring. That's the problem.
No, I have a treatment
Just because it would
plan
get
in mind.
very
We can start
repetitive
tonight.
extremely quickly.
Come and see me again tomorrow morning.
That's the
I
problem.
promise
That's the
that by
main
then,
issue I
Ayu will
face.
find his father healthy and lucid again.
Thank you, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you so much.
If you still have
I've already
any
done the
misgivings,
event. I'm
Director
doing that in
Hu,
my off time.
Please feel free to hang around for as long as you wish.
However, it would be best
Yeah,
if
the
you
lantern,
step
right.
outside this room. A doctor must
Maybe
be
I'll
able
do
to
the
focus
finish
when
off
treating a
tomorrow, but
patient.
I don't know if I
Any
will.
distractions heighten the risk of complications.
I already have Lanyon.
Yes.
I got the
Of
1200
course,
points for
absolutely.
it.
I'll just go and look at the flowers or something. But I will be back in an instant at the first sign that something's amiss.
Jianglans. You can't get the Jianglings again until tomorrow.
Bye for now, everyone.
Well, as far as I'm aware. Maybe I'm missing something that
Are
lets you
you
get it a
ready,
bit early.
Baizhu?
Ready as I'll ever be. I'm used to it by now. Come on, let's get started.
Yeah, maybe I'll do the rest of it tomorrow, but with the event mostly being unvoiced, it's just, I don't know, doesn't feel right.
Well, huh? You know, Paimon's kind of curious after hearing Baizhu mention those people from his past. What do you think they were like? Yeah,
Isn't it
must
tomorrow?
be curious too,
Unless I
right?
missed a day.
Let's go see what we
Maybe I
can
missed
find out
a
while
day.
Baizhu's busy treating Ayu's dad.
Pretty sure it's tomorrow though when the free 5 poll is available. Unless you're on a different server. Because at least on the EU it's not until tomorrow for the free 5.
While I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked docs doing surgery. Hello, you busy bees, and what do you have to discuss with the funeral director today? Actually, don't tell me.
For you it's today.
Let me
Understandable then.
From the looks on your faces, You've got some questions for me.
I mean, you have plenty of time to claim that. It's not like a rush to claim it,
So,
right? It's like
we were just
still another week or
curious
so
about Baizhu's
left on it.
master. What was he like? Oh, and also, how come you and Baizhu could tell so quickly that Jialiang had god remains in his system?
Huh? I thought I told you once before. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first founded to fight back against the vengeful wrath of gods defeated in war.
Genshin
Well,
refreshes at
it is a
130.
dusty
I
old tale by this
see.
point.
That's
Long
an
story short,
interesting time for
in
it to
the ancient
refresh.
world, dead gods were acting up, so our ancestors started purifying the air and burning the bodies of the deceased to guard the border between life and
Can't say I've
death.
ever heard of it
These
refreshing
days,
at
we
half
don't deal with
past
the
in
wrath of the
any
gods anymore, but all the relevant
regions.
know-how
It's
is
normally
still
always at a
passed down
flat
to
time.
each generation, so we can identify God's remains when we see them.
Okay, Paimon gets it now. Wait, so how did Baizhu learn to spot them?
Almost certainly from his master, who was also my great-uncle. Baizhu's master was my grandpa's younger brother, a former deputy director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Wow, fancy that! Huh. So, if he was from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, how did he end up as Baizhu's master?
According to my grandpa, he and my great-uncle once went traveling together when they were
Anything
young.
interesting?
They ended up at Chenyu Vale, where they met a
That's
pharmacist. That pharmacist
yeah, that's
must
two
have
and a
cast
half. No, that's an
some
hour and a
sort of
half in
spell
front
on
of
my
me.
great-uncle.
Yeah, in front.
Because
Okay,
after that encounter,
fair enough.
he suddenly announced he wanted to leave the family business and go practice medicine instead. My grandpa had a huge argument with him, but he couldn't convince him to stay. So my grandpa inherited the funeral
I don't
parlor,
know if time
while my
difference
great-uncle
just
stayed in
doesn't
Chenyu
seem
Vale
right to me. I don't know why.
practice medicine. They never spoke to each other again.
Funeral director to doctor is a pretty big career change. Kinda hard to imagine. But why did it drive a wedge between them for the rest of their lives? That seems a bit extreme.
If he had just become a regular doctor, there would have been no issue. After all, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor wasn't unlike a regular doctor's clinic in the early days. But according to my grandpa, the pharmacist they met had a very ominous aura about him. And on top of that, the kind of medicine practiced in the Chenyu Vale tradition goes against the natural order of things.
In what way?
Don't know. My grandpa didn't know the specifics. And you've seen how
Paimon's
wary
lips
Baizhu is
didn't
around
really.
me. He'd never tell me anything. But even
Oh,
that says to me that he definitely has something
That's
to
probably just
hide.
lip syncing issues
One thing
due
I
to
do know about
CN to
Baizhu is
Ian.
that he's obsessed
That's probably
with
what
the
it is.
idea of immortality. But whether that has anything to do with what he's hiding is hard to say.
Unless her lips
Anyway,
just straight up
so
did not move
I
once.
will
I
be
was not
sticking
looking
around
at the
here for now
time.
to keep a close eye on the situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll finally figure out what he's up to.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers.
She's ghost. I see. Okay.
We'll just have to ask Baizhu himself about all of this tomorrow.
Yippee! I love using the time skip thing. I think it's at like 8 to 10. I hope I didn't misread that. I still wish we had a way to skip this process.
It's a new day!
Okay.
Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jialiang is doing.
Alright.
Dad!
Oh, are you?
Dad, you remember me!
Yes, I remember now. Oh, I'm so sorry. You must
You
have
need
been
200
worried
plus for
sick.
free now. Damn.
Has your mom shown up yet? She's been gone for a while, hasn't she?
She's in second
worry,
half of
Dad.
5.4,
I got
isn't
the
she?
Adventurers
So
Guild to help us look for her. And Dr. Baizhu's
you
gonna
might
help
have enough
too.
time to gather
Right
at
now,
least enough
all
to
you need to
guarantee
do
one
is concentrate on
five
getting
star.
Great. That's wonderful.
And hopefully it's a
I
50-50
can't
win.
thank you enough, Dr. Baizhu.
My pleasure, really. It's the least I can do to honor my late master's dying wish. If anything, I should be apologizing to you for not making the time to visit in all these years.
Not at all, Dr. Baizhu. It's only because Jiangli, what was her reason again?
You're still in the early stages of recovery,
I
so
can't
you'll
see
need
what
to
the
take it
events
easy
are going
for a
on in
while.
5.4 outside
Take
of
it
the
slowly and
Inazuma
try not
one.
to overexert yourself.
I suggest you stay at Boo Boo Pharmacy and rest for at least the next few days.
Director Hu, do you have any further reservations about Jia Liang's condition?
It seems like the evil presence is gone after all. You really did manage to suppress it, huh? But how did you accomplish this in a single night?
Well, hopefully you can
That
gather
would be
those
a trade
polls
secret, I'm
in
afraid.
some way.
If that gives you any cause for concern, you may continue to monitor Jia Liang for as long as you wish. Though I regret to say that Boo Boo Pharmacy cannot offer to reimburse Wangsheng Funeral Parlor for any revenue lost in the meantime.
Oh, come on, Baizhu. I'm not that unreasonable.
Ah.
I've been stuck indoors for too long. Baizhu, take me outside for some air, or I'm going to suffocate.
Ah, yes, of course. Everyone, please excuse Changsheng and myself for a moment.
Suffering now, are we? Did you seriously expect to cover it up just by putting on a brave face and ignoring it? If it weren't for my quick thinking, they'd have all seen the sorry state you're in by
I've got no
now.
reason to pull for Ridley. I've got no reason to
But in
pull for
any
Farina.
case,
I already have
why must
Ridley,
you
and
keep this a secret from everybody?
I don't really need a healer.
You should at least share your secret.
If I
with
want to use
one
a healer, I'll
person
probably
you
just switch to
trust.
Noelle again.
Who's there? Why did you follow us here? Oh, it's nothing. I just needed to get some air.
What did I just say about putting on a brave face? Traveler, Paimon, the truth is, Baizhu did not cure Jialiang's illness. Instead, he transferred some of his own life force to his patient to temporarily subdue the poison in his system.
I don't really need buffs either, though. I don't really do endgame content enough to warrant the use of buffs.
My predecessors in medicine forged a contract with Changsheng. Every successor to this contract is able to use Changsheng's secret art to treat patients. I believe the irregularities with Jia Liang's heart meridian were likely caused by a poison concocted using god remains
What
as
does
a key
Farina actually
ingredient.
buff anyways? I
The poison
never
has
really
not
read
been
what she
purged from
buffs.
Jia Liang's system. Rather, I infused
Never really
him with some
questioned
of my
nothing
own
about
life
it.
force, using Changsheng as the delivery medium. This will suppress the poison's effects for a limited time.
Changsheng? You can do that? Huh. Paimon always thought you were just Baizhu's strange choice of a necklace.
I assume Farina buffs damage?
Have you know that I commanded the respect of even the Adepti?
All I know is that she
and continue
heals. That's
fail.
all I really knew
If
about her.
anything, he is my mannequin. I was treating patients with Baiju's master's master long before he ever set eyes on his first medical text. Whoa. Guess you shouldn't judge a snake by its skin.
Please, that's enough.
Wait a sec. Huto was saying that the branch of medicine you studied uses some pretty dubious methods. So, when you transfer your life force, does that mean you're actually damaging your own body?
Hardly. Changsheng helps to keep my chi in balance, so there is no great harm done.
Still, Baiju's life force is not unlimited. We must find a way to neutralize the poison in Jialiang's body. And soon. Traveler, Paimon, would you lend this dummy a hand? He needs someone checking up on him, or he'll exhaust himself trying to accomplish everything on his own. Baizhu,
Just go
don't you
boosting
think you
damage
should
Hydro.
seize this
Oh, fair.
opportunity? You cannot expect to hide this from
Yeah, I knew about
anyone
the
for your
healer
entire
Hydro
life.
amplification.
Time will see that all secrets surface
Does she
eventually.
keep Hydro onto the enemies for longer or something?
Entire life.
I'm assuming that's due to her
Thank
summons,
you,
right?
Traveler and Paimon.
Huh. Paimon doesn't think we've seen this side of you. But there's no need to thank us. You've helped us out before.
The poison in Jialiang's system must have accumulated over a prolonged period. I think I should pay a visit to their family home and look for clues as to how he might have been exposed to it. Yes, I asked
Maybe it'd be
Ayu
worth
this
me
morning
pulling her
before
in
you
the
arrived.
future
He
if I
told
ever
me
plan
that
to
his
do.
family lives in a secluded spot
She applies
to the west
Hydro.
of Qingce
Oh, you mean
village.
like Hydro
Let's
application?
head there
Okay.
together once I've asked Gui and Chi-Chi to look after the pharmacy. As well as
Yeah, that's fair then.
Jialiang's exposure to the poison, we should also keep an eye out for Ayu's missing mother, my fellow disciple Jiangli.
Dealing damage off field. Yeah, that's due to her summons that attack everything on sight from what I've seen. Correct. Maybe in the future if I ever plan to do Memory of Chaos in the in like level 11 and 12, maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll get her in the future, but I doubt it. I doubt I'll get her at any point. Because from what I'm seeing, I can comfortably clear MLC 9 and 10 just fine. That's all that really matters for me currently. I just don't see a reason for me to pull her. Yeah, I've seen the AFK teams. It's who is it? It's
There's a house all the way out here?
It's literally just all four Archons, isn't it? Farina, Raiden, Mavuika, and
And
Nahida.
I've hosted clinics at Qingce Village
Well, I guess
many
Nahida's
times in the
not
past,
necessary,
if you
but
ask
the other
me.
three I've seen her use the most.
Jiangli was trying to remain unnoticed.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. We meant to ask earlier, but it slipped our minds in the rush to get here. Could you tell us more about Jiangli? You said
Yeah.
she was your fellow disciple, right?
She was indeed. We studied medicine together under the same master near Chenyu Vale. She is several years older than I. and
Certainly
also
a
began her travels far
expensive
earlier
team
than
to
me.
have, that's
As
for
a
sure.
result, the time I spent studying alongside her was rather short.
Supposedly, she met an herb gatherer sometime
Yeah,
during
I feel like
travels
Denjo's not
and
really
decided to
necessary
settle
though.
down with him.
Because I mean, you've already got Electro Charge,
Wait,
Overload,
Chow-Chow,
and
are you saying
Vaporize being
neither of you
applied.
had
I don't really
actually
see
met
Dendro
Jialiang
being
or
necessary
Ayu
for a...
before all of this?
Jiangli did occasionally come back to Chenyu Vale to see our master, but for whatever reason, she hardly ever talked about her family. The last time she visited us, she and Master had some sort of quarrel.
Yeah,
We never
I
heard
guess
from
that
her
could help,
after that.
but the enemy's going to
Almost
die by the
seemed as
time
if
that's
she'd
even
gone into
used.
hiding.
Quarrel?
Depending on how well built
What
the
happened?
characters are, of course.
I don't know. I did not witness
I
that
guess
argument
Overworld
myself.
bosses may survive
Nor
long
did
enough for them to
Master
be
ever
triggered
explain
properly.
it to me. All he would say is that should I ever encounter
I think the only place you'll
Jiangli
ever
or
see
her
most
family
use
in
of
the
that is
future,
in
I
weekly
should
boss
do
level
everything in
90s
my
and
power to help them.
I guess Memory of
Oh,
Chaos.
so that's why you
Not
went
Memory
to
of
such
Chaos.
extreme
Goddamn
lengths to help
Spiral Abyss.
Jialiang.
No.
Why is Memory of
Even
Chaos
if
on my
my master
mind?
had never said anything, it would still be my duty as a doctor to help him.
Wrong
my decision
game
would
there.
have remained the same.
But still, I feel like Spiral Abyss is the only place you'll really get proper use out of it, at least in late stages.
Sneaky, scheming type. Sorry.
So a few words from me is enough to dispel all your suspicions, hmm? You ought not be quite so quick to relax your guard, Paimon. Sometimes even the good guys have their own private agenda.
There was another.
Okay, that
Oh,
was the
wait,
most
what's the
suspicious
second one?
sounding thing you've ever said.
Because the Archon team's the only one I'm aware of.
Let's leave the idle chatter there for now, hmm?
I assume it still
Jiangli
includes
has lived in
Marika
this house for
and
many years. There
Verena at
must
the
be
least.
something
They're
here
the
that can shed a
most
little light on this
useful
whole
ones to us.
situation. Let's split up, but if anyone finds anything, we'll examine it together.
Okay. Ah, yes, a wooden pillar. The sooner can leave. Huh. Okay. Makes sense. And then a diary.
Traveler,
Hold on.
Paimon, come quick.
Nahida. Oh. I've not seen that one before.
What is this?
Changsheng
Nahida
and I found a hidden
Yaimiko
compartment.
official, I'm assuming, and
This is what was
Zhongli.
hidden inside.
Yeah, I could see that teamwork connection, yeah.
You sense it too? You're right. This is a poison concocted using god remains. Is it breathing? Paimon's not seeing things, is she?
No, your eyes do not deceive you. I do believe the poison in this bottle is alive. Some toxins act a lot like living
Aggravate.
organisms. I read about this once in
Yeah,
the origins
that makes
and
sense
symptoms of
because
diseases.
Electro
This
and
ancient class of poisons consists of mother
Dendro.
and
Yeah.
minor loads, capable of sustaining a connection over vast distances. If it's a concoction
I
of
guess
this
that's more of
kind we're
a.
dealing with,
Actually, that's not
then
even more of
both
a budget
poison
team.
in
That's
Jialiang's
very
system
this
and this
less
one
budget
here are
since it's still
likely
3
minor
limited time
loads.
characters.
Offshoots, essentially.
Offshoots? So, the main body is somewhere else?
Correct. Whoever is administering the poison can manipulate the source to indirectly control the poisoned individual's behavior and even cognition. Similarly, the poisoned individual will hear, to a varying extent, the call of the source.
The call of the... Wait. So, back when Jialiang ran off, maybe that explains where he was heading.
Only one thing could have been drawing him there. The source of the god remains used as the poison's key ingredient, the mother lode.
This is getting crazier and crazier. What kind of person would do all this just to poison Jialiang? Hey, why has everyone gone quiet all of a sudden? Since this poison was carefully hidden away in a secret compartment, the one who concocted it is likely a resident of the house. You mean Jialiang? Why would he poison himself? Think a little harder, Paimon. Someone else who lives here, and who might have expertise in crafting drugs. Huh? So you're saying... it was Jiangli? Wait, but that doesn't make any sense either. Why would she poison her own husband?
I agree. It makes little sense. Jiangli does not strike me as the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Look at the facts, though. How many people in the entirety of Liyue have the ability to concoct a poison from god remains?
It's too
You want
early
a
to draw any
volcano's weapon.
conclusions. We should
That is
question
fair, but you gotta
Jialiang
make your
about it
mind
once
up
he
here.
has made
It's
more
either
progress in
Farina
his
or
recovery.
the weapons. Oh god.
Yes. According to the origins
You
and
might need to wait
symptoms of
longer than
diseases,
if you plan
the
getting
minor loads will
Farina.
disappear if
That's
the mother load is
a lot of
purged.
primos you're gonna
So
need
if
to
we
get
can find
3
and destroy
things.
the source of these god remains, The poison will
That's
leave
provided
Xiaoyang's
everything goes
system
well.
without the need for any further treatment. Do you know anything about god remains in Qingce village?
Even the history books have no record of this. The only ones who'll know anything
That's
are
a
those
lot of
old
primos you're gonna
fogies who have
need.
been hanging around here since the beginning of time.
It's what, a minimum of
You
250 pulls?
at the Adepti, though? You sure they didn't tell you anything about this?
And if you don't win anything, it's at least 500.
Changsheng's memories and powers are not what they were in her prime. These days, she has to enter a contract with a mortal and share their life force just to sustain her own life. I fear that such ancient events are long gone from her memory by now.
Whoa, what? Enter a contract? Share life force? Sounds like some pretty spooky
You
sorcery
need
if you ask
4 pulls.
Paimon.
That's, oh boy. Good luck getting all these pulls in both games then.
Forces with a powerful being like
Because that's a
me.
lot of things you're after.
My assistance in rebalancing your chi. Not only can you extend your lifespan, but you will also be stronger, healthier, and able to eat whatever you like with no risk of upsetting your stomach. Stronger and healthier? Wow, that's amazing! Baizhu, maybe when you retire, you can let Paimon sign a contract with Changsheng for a few days.
Unfortunately, Changsheng's contract has strict requirements regarding the host's
20,000
temperament.
gems in
None of her
15
hosts
days.
have ever been exempted from
That
these
is a lot
rules.
of gems.
I fear that I will be unable
I
to
wish you luck on
accommodate
getting
your
that
wishes,
much.
Paimon.
Temperament? Hey! What are you trying to say? Did you just subtly insult Paimon to her face?
Oh.
Paimon's mad! You're
Well.
getting ugly nicknames, both of you! Baizhu, you're Mannequin Man! Changsheng, you're just a pain in the neck! This is exactly why your natural temperament makes you woefully
You have 7
unsuited to
now.
being
Oh
my
boy.
host.
All right,
Yeah, that's gonna
calm
take you
down.
some time, and I
Back to the matter at
don't know
hand.
if you'll be able to get that
Is
much
there
in
any way
15,
at all for
15
us to
days.
seek counsel from the Adepti about this?
With how antisocial they are? If it were up to them, they'd go their whole lives without showing their faces to the common folk. What?
To be honest, I haven't even logged on ever since I did the
Seems
2.0
you're as well
story.
connected as they say, traveler.
I really
We
need
are
to get back
truly
into that game at
fortunate to
some
have
point.
you on our side.
I just never
If
did.
you're talking about who Paimon thinks you're talking about,
I've been more focused on Genshin and ZZZ. Is it gonna be Shao? Of course it is.
Called?
Gets Paimon every time. Are all Adepti in the habit of materializing out of thin air like this?
There's a
This is
free skin.
unexpected.
Huh? It's you.
Baizhu of Boo Boo Pharmacy. I do believe I've had the pleasure before. The Lantern Rite, when we met briefly, I was unaware of your true identity. I must apologize for the discourtesy.
Huh? You two already know each other?
Our paths have crossed once before. I sense the presence of evil spirits. Is this why you called me?
It's a 7-day login event. How long's left on this event?
So someone has been
I've missed a
concocting
lot,
poison.
and I get the feeling I don't have
Too
time
often,
anymore.
Fervent desires drive mortals to abandon all regard for their own safety. It is lamentable. I now know what you seek. It is true that a god's remains are buried beneath the foundations of Qingce village.
I
A vile monster known as
really
the
need to
Chi once wrought
stop
havoc
forgetting
over
about
this
games
land,
at times.
before it was subdued by Rex Lapis.
7-day login
The
event, yeah,
land was
free
finally
skin. How the
cleansed
hell
of
was I
poison
unaware of
when
that?
Rex Lapis used statues in his likeness to seal the serpent's remains. Qingce village was founded some time after that. The seal is still mostly intact. If the Chi is the source, then it must be some of its blood
Yeah,
leaking from
I've
deep
missed 6
underground.
days.
However,
Wait, is it not something that
Its
just
aura is
you can just
faint
do at
and
any
barely
point
detectable.
over time?
You will need to investigate further to identify the location of the leak. I do not like to intervene against mortals unless absolutely necessary. But when demonic
Oh, boy.
forces are involved, things can spiral out of control. If that happens, be sure to call my name again.
I mean, if
Nothing.
it's something you have to do over
I do
them
not
7
wish to
days and
sway
it's
decisions that are
not
mortals can
optional,
make,
that's
but
really bad,
immortality may
my
not be the
opinion.
blessing that you imagine it to be.
I shall treasure your words of instruction, Master Adeptus.
Farewell.
What a strange Adeptus. Rather different from the way I remember them. That's Shell for ya! And thanks to him, we finally got some concrete info to go off of.
If the god remains are leaking from underground, Jiangli must be paying a visit to a subterranean
Maybe
cave
it
on her
stays more
herb
days to
gathering
load.
trips.
Yeah, I'll have to check later
If
then.
we can find the cave...
Go.
Master, there's a problem.
I've got to hope that I finish this before at least 3. I assume that's when...
What happened? Don't
What the
panic.
hell?
Just catch your breath and tell me everything.
Okay, that was
it's Jiang-Liang.
strange.
He was
Oh,
fine one minute, and then he suddenly
There's an
took a
event where
turn
you
for
can
the
get
worse.
gems for the next character.
Already? How?
The next
He's got a
characters
hefty
are...
experience. He
God,
should
who
have
are
been
they
fine for the
again?
next 3 days at least.
I'm pretty sure it's just
It
characters
seems that
I'm
my
not
worst
interested
fears
in,
have
though.
been confirmed. Everyone, back to Boo Boo Pharmacy now.
Zani. Wait, she been revealed? God, I'm so far behind. Really? I thought she wasn't coming until later. I didn't know she was revealed. Because I've seen nothing about it. Because normally they do the showcases on socials, don't they? Kind of like how Genshin does, and well, like any other game does, I guess.
Dad, what's wrong? Dad?
Don't be scared. Dr. Baizhu will be back soon.
2.3. Oh, okay. Am I still in
How is he doing?
2.0? 2.0, correct?
Dr. Baizhu,
I
you're
hope I
back.
haven't missed an
My
entire
dad was
version
doing fine
update.
earlier, but then he suddenly started coughing up blood. Now he can't even get a full word out anymore.
When Gui left, he was still conscious. But now...
Kui, please take Jialiang to the back room and prepare for treatment.
Yes, of course.
I assume we're still in 2.0.
Don't worry, Ayu.
I highly doubt I
will
could have
cure
missed
your father.
2.1's announcement.
Baizhu's not gonna use Changsheng's secret art again, is he?
Oh my god.
No other way to save Jialiang?
I like how Chi-Chi's name it's just not there. What are they talking about?
Please don't worry. Dr. Baizhu will find a way.
But...
Fair enough. Yet again, 2.8 to 10. 2.3 is when Zani's gonna be available. Maybe I can get enough gems during that time. I doubt I'm gonna
How are
play
you
much of
feeling, Dad?
ZZZ.
Are you
Not.
still
Oh
hurting
my
anywhere?
god, I can't get the right game.
You're not gonna suddenly
Wuthering.
collapse again, are you?
Much better, Ayu. I'm feeling much better. In fact, I can't explain it, but somehow I feel even better than usual. Wait, where's Dr. Baizhu? I still haven't had a chance to thank him. Seems he moved me here before I came to.
Master said he needed to take a quick rest and asked me to bring you out of the treatment room. He hasn't emerged yet, so he must still be resting.
Oh, really? Well, he must be tired from treating me for 2 nights in a row. I don't know how I can begin to repay him for saving my life. I'll have to discuss it properly with Jiangli once we find her. Speaking of which, has there been any word of her whereabouts yet?
No, the Adventurers Guild hasn't gotten back to me yet. I'll go check with them again in a bit.
I'll come with...
Don't forget what Master said. You're still not out of the woods yet, Jialiang. I strongly suggest that you stay and rest at
No, I
your
never went
pharmacy
for
now.
Alcuno.
I can accompany IU to the Adventurers Guild.
I went for Sweet Lolly this version.
I suppose you're
And
right.
attempted to get her
I'll have to
weapon
rely on
and
you this
regretted it.
Though, on the bright side, this means I can thank Dr. Baizhu in person once he's finished resting.
Traveler, Baizhu hasn't shown his face ever since he went in to treat Jialiang again. Do you think he... Huh? Hey, wait up!
Oh.
Huh?
You're finally awake? That was far too risky. Even with me here to help you balance your chi.
There was no time. I had no other choice. In any case, it was not completely without benefit to myself. I managed to learn something. Jiangli's design is quite brilliant. She makes numerous innovations that I can learn from. Alas, if only there wasn't a catch.
Are too crazy or powerful, really?
How much longer do you think Baizhu's gonna nap for? They've been outside waiting for you the whole time while you were asleep. Shall we at least go and show our faces?
All right.
Actually, yeah, I guess they are all pretty powerful in their own way, aren't they?
Surely he hasn't. There's no way he could have just... Who's talking behind our backs again? Ah! Baizhu! Changsheng!
Of course. There's no need to be concerned. I merely had to transfer a rather large amount of life force on this occasion. But, with Changsheng's help, I will recover in time.
Jialiang seemed fine yesterday. Why did he need more life-saving treatment again so soon?
I made an error in my initial diagnosis. Jialiang is in fact suffering from more than one ailment. And as a result, his life force depleted at a greater rate than I had anticipated.
Yeah, I think the only thing is that doesn't Sweet Lolly
Even if you got all the poison out of him,
require like
he'd still
melt
be
to
sick?
really one-shot
Yes.
stuff?
But more pertinently, the poison in Jialiang's
In
system is
Jilona,
there
no one-shot
precisely
makes
because it is
sense.
being used to manage his
She is
underlying
meant to be like
medical
a...
condition.
She's a support,
Jialiang
right?
has a rare congenital heart condition, and ongoing treatment is essential to maintaining healthy functioning of his heart meridian. Left untreated,
I feel like
it
I
puts
recall,
the patient at risk of coughing up blood and fainting, and in the longer term, causes irreversible damage to the
I
internal
feel like I recall
organs.
Jilona being like a
Though it was
support
created
person.
from God remains, this formula is not a poison in Jialiang's case. Rather, it's his medication.
Had he not taken it all these years, he likely would have died a long time ago.
Still, using poison to treat a disease is hardly a viable long-term solution. As time passed, and the poison accumulated in his system, it began to impact his cognition. Moreover, the longer he relied upon this medicine, the more resistant his body became to it. Jiangli had to concoct ever greater
Yeah, maybe she could do
quantities
one-shot with
to
Jilona.
ensure its continued efficacy.
Or
He
Sweet
could have
Lolly.
still perished at any moment.
I don't know, I feel...
Baizhu said his dad has been giving
Could Sweet
orders.
Lolly help
But my mom
Jilona
went off
or
to
vice
gather
versa in
Earth.
one-shotting? I don't
God
know.
remains are extremely dangerous to be around. because humans have no natural
I guess it
defense against
really
them.
depends on
I shudder to think how many times Jiangli has exposed herself to them.
how much they help
fear
each
that the
other in any
situation
way.
is just as that Adeptus described. In an effort to save Jialiang's life, Jiangli has abandoned all regard for her own safety.
I never suspected that even Jiang Li would turn to the same path as so many others over the years.
Zillion buff is
Perhaps
good.
this
That
is the
I'm
inevitable
assuming,
course
so
of
that
fate.
means Sitlolly could
To
potentially
sacrifice
one shot.
one's own life to save others. To go beyond human means in order to do the impossible, whatever the cost may be.
Well, I think that it's too early to say with any certainty what fate has in mind. In any case, I have stabilized Jialiang's condition for now, so our immediate priority should be to get ourselves back to Qingsa village and find out where Jiangli is. Her regular exposure to God remains over such a long period will have been catastrophic for her health. And given that she's already been missing for several days, I am fearing the worst.
It's me, Traveler, Dr. Baizhu.
Oh, I keep forgetting that at times it doesn't see the name you put as the Traveler, it just straight up writes out Traveler instead.
Don't tell Paimon you overheard everything already.
Oh, oh yeah, I can see her being pretty good for one-shotting with Sealolly
so
then.
much for my family. I can no longer just sit here and watch while you put yourself at risk for Jiangli's sake. After all, if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have had to put herself in harm's way in the first place. I know I won't be of much help in battle, but at the very least, I can show you the way. I'm sure I'll be able to remember. I know there's a spot where she says goodbye to me every time she goes to gather her herbs. I'm sure I'll remember. I have to remember.
Be careful. If you get too agitated, your blood pressure and stress levels will rise, putting further pressure on your heart. For your own safety, you should stay here and rest.
No! We're out of time! We have to go now. Right
You
now.
Sealolly with Bennett. I haven't leveled Bennett at all. He's level 20. I literally ascended him to get the free pull and never touched him since.
Dangerous, and there is
I don't have any interest in playing him.
will not return from it. Are you sure
I'm
you're
aware he's a
prepared for
pretty
that?
good support, but when I'm in the overworld and very rarely do endgame content, he just isn't useful enough.
So why should I fear it? There's only one thing I fear now, and that's that I'll forget her again before we manage to find her.
Now Hu Tao's spying on them?
Then follow me.
Zhangli, she's also level 20.
Dr. Baizhu?
I haven't leveled either of them because
Yes.
I don't do endgame stuff. I know they're both good for the endgame stuff.
The usual formula. Please add an extra measure of mistgrass pollen and 1 dose each of the ingredients from the 3rd and 5th compartments of my medicine cabinet. I hope it works.
Dr. Baizhu? Do you mean...
Hop to it now. And remember to be careful with the cauldron this time. You don't want to burn yourself again.
Okay.
Be able to see Hu Tao. No. Of course you can't. Back over here, okay. And plus, if I need a pyro application, I can use Pyro Traveler as well. I don't know the reason I left the Traveler in Pyro state instead of Animal. Because the Pyro is just useful on them. And it helps my sea lolly if I ever need them.
Incoming.
I have Chi-Chi and Jean.
That strange
I've got
feeling
Chi-Chi
is
and Jean,
back.
both are level 20 for the free
It's
pull.
just like the day I went missing. It's
Though I
as if
don't
something
think I'd
inside me is
ever
trying to guide
need
me
them.
somewhere.
The Mother Lode's influence is growing stronger. But is it because we're getting closer to the source? Or because the leakage of Che blood is growing more severe? Jialiang, can you sense which direction the source is in?
I think it's this way. Yes, I'm sure of it.
Time to jog alongside until he gets to where we need to be.
I feel a dull ache in my heart. This must be the way.
Here?
This place feels familiar. I think I've been here before.
Oh, dialogue, okay.
Hmm.
I've already got Deer as well,
There's
she's
an
C2.
inauspicious presence here. Even I can sense it.
Would Deer be a good replacement for Traveler? I've never thought about it that way, but I've not really paid attention to how her skill works. I just use her for Dragon Spine.
No, I have to keep going. Jiangli is still waiting for me.
I'll pick Diluc.
Then let's hurry.
Yeah, I'll probably pick Diluc or Keqing. They're the only two standard banners I'm missing. So whoever I'm missing, I'm gonna pick. If I get either of them before then, I'll pick whoever I'm missing. Wait, the recommended element's Geo. Won't I get a trial to Baizhu who's Dendro?
This place gives Paimon the creeps. Who knows what we're gonna
Geo and
find
Dendro
up
don't
ahead?
mix as far as I'm
The
aware.
digging marks here appear amateur and rather old. I suspect it is a thieves' tunnel. A thieves' tunnel? Paimon has heard rumors about
Wait, I might
treasure
become
around
Shao.
these
Wait,
parts
huh?
before. Maybe
Wait,
it
what do you
was
mean
the
by I
treasure
become
hoarders
Shao?
that dug this tunnel.
It's only
Judging
just
by the
clicked
tools
on.
they left
Wait,
behind,
what does that mean?
It's certainly a possibility. But why did they abandon this place without even stopping to pack up their tools?
I remember now. She took me here once and told me that she'd found a way to save me in this cave. But she said that the method would cause me to, curses. Why can't I remember what she said?
Easy, Jialiang.
Shao plunge,
Come on,
Diluc plunge. Oh, I
let's keep
see.
going.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mind the side effects.
What is... Oh, okay, that's a heal. Pretty damn good heal. Wait, what the hell? Okay, that one did die from it. Yeah, I have genuine, indeed. I just don't use her much now since I could see Lolly.
Whoa, there's a sensor here. Those treasure hoarders sure made themselves at home.
I believe this sensor was used to burn a monster-repelling incense.
A monster repelling incense? You sure? 'Cause we did run into that group of monsters just now.
The incense was burned several days ago. If I had to guess, the monsters we fought just now were enticed here by some entity deeper inside the cave.
Raiden
No
not
doubt
stand
an encounter
only.
with the very same entity was what prompted the
Wouldn't I
treasure
want to
hoarders
use Raiden
flee
E,
and
not
abandon
Alt?
their designs on this cave.
Because the ult
After
requires
them,
you to play.
Jiangli was the next person to discover this place and what lies inside. But to her, it presented an opportunity to save Jialiang's life, albeit as a last resort.
That's right. This sensor, it belongs to Jiangli. Yes, This was the place. This is where I told Jiangli to give me the poison.
Fair enough.
I'm fine. Let's keep going. I can feel it. She is right below us, waiting for me.
Okay. Did I forget something? Oh. You can just open the... Normally those have levers next to them. I'm so used to the ones from the chasm. Raiden A, Baizhu A, ult, Raiden ult.
I can feel it. We're getting close.
For standing only?
It's there. It's right up ahead. The place where we made a pact together to...
I don't see how Raiden's ult helps with it, because you need to play with Raiden's ult. Like, you need to be tapping for it.
From the looks of it,
Maybe I'm
the
just
energy
unfamiliar
released
with
by this
Raiden.
mechanism can not only clear barriers, but also be conducted by corresponding mechanisms. Perhaps it's something we can make use of.
That was loud. What the hell? Okay, so I want to push this way. See what's this way. Unless... That was just far enough. It's only a chest, of course it was. Alright, what's this way then? This doesn't look like it's only gonna be a chest. Actually, no, probably won't. Wait, I still have the thing from Baizhu active? What? Oh god, you guys.
Show no mercy. Watch out.
Hmm? Okay. Oh my god. Your tower domain is tricky. You were stuck for 20 minutes. Wait, what was tricky about... For Lantern Rite or her counter quest? I'm assuming you mean Lantern Rite, right? Unless I'm missing something. Why can't I put... Oh, it's because I was slightly too much to the left. Gotcha. Oh, I see. Okay, then I need to bring this one back over. Okay. I want to quickly have a check in here. There's probably a chest in here. There's absolutely nothing in here. There we go. Nice and simple. Oh god. What in the world is that?
Jiangli!
Oh, it's a Geo Bishop, right?
God remains must have lured them here. Watch my back.
No need for other elements if you can just brute force with Geo. I mean, I feel that's a pretty good game, isn't it? It's always your choice if you want to play that, isn't it? If it's something that interests you, might as well go for it.
Dr.
If you have
Baizhu,
it.
how serious is it? Is she...
I can still feel a pulse, but her condition is quite grave. The god remains here are encroaching on her cognition, much as the poison in your system did to you. If we don't eliminate it soon, then even if we save her life, I fear that she may never wake up again.
Then, what are we waiting for? Let's destroy the remains right away! It's not as simple as that. Don't you remember what Baizhu said? The poison within Jialiang's body is inextricably linked to the god remains here. If the source is purged, the poison in his system will stop having any effect. And the poison within Jialiang's body is keeping his heart condition under control. So, if it stops working... Oh no. Are you saying...
Indeed. If the god remains here are purged, then your life will come to an end.
I wondered when this day might come.
Wait! But we've all been working our butts off to save Jialiang's life! After all that, we can't just give up on him! Baizhu, you're a great doctor! Surely you gotta know of some other way we can save him, right?
You could continue to take the poison, which would buy you some time. As for Jiangli, maybe if we put our heads together, we can think of something?
It appears to me that she was striving to concoct your medicine for you, right up until the moment when she lost consciousness. Maybe it's her greatest wish that you will continue to take it and live.
Dr. Baizhu, give it to me straight. How long does Jiangli have?
The god remains have reached her internal organs.
What's her name? Oh.
Under ordinary circumstances,
Huh.
I would give her less than 3 days. But if I were to treat her using a secret art...
But what would be the point of that? Dr. Baizhu, I'm all too aware of the dangers of god remains. You are not the first to mention it to me. If I continue to sustain my own life using this wretched substance, not only would Jiangli have to keep risking her life to make my medicine for me, but I would have to live with the looming threat of these remains breaking out and wreaking havoc upon me.
Whatever you want more, I guess. Whatever you want to play more.
I know for a fact that I should have died over a decade ago. The fact that I've been around to see how you grow up is already a great blessing from Rex Lapis. If my choice can bring Jiangli back, then even if I
Your game came up.
die.
Oh, no. That's out. I thought that was a closed beta test currently.
After cheating death for so long, it seems I've grown somewhat addicted to life. Traveler, Dr. Baizhu.
I do follow them on socials. I could have sworn it's the closed beta that when they came out this week.
I just want to have one.
This is another one I'm thinking of. Maybe it's a different one I'm thinking of.
Just a moment. That's all.
Of course.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this life.
Jialiang, Baizhu, Changsheng, is there really nothing else you can do?
I am sure that over the years, Jiangli will have tried all the conventional methods known to humankind. As for less conventional methods, I have little expertise besides Changsheng's secret art.
Mortals are fated to grow old and pass on when their natural lifespan runs out. If it were so easy to combat the natural processes of aging and death, Jiangli would not have had to resort to unnatural methods. What a crazy situation! Jiangli risked it all to save Jialiang's life.
Terrifying.
And now,
What's that exactly? Can't say I've ever heard of it.
What's the point of it
seen many final farewells in my time, but I can never get used to it.
In the human realm, all things must come to an end. Is it not a fitting end to die for a worthy cause? At least, that's what generations of masters before you have always believed.
The path they chose was indeed a heroic one. But when I think of those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others, I cannot help but think that theirs are the lives least deserving of death.
When all this began, we agreed that once Ayu was old enough to help you gather herbs, it would be time for me to go. If you could only see him now. He took me all the way to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. And he even got the Adventurers Guild to search for you. So, I know that you'll both be okay without me. I've said my goodbyes. My time has come. Do what you must.
As you wish.
It's really that easy to just clean out the gods.
It will eat away at both your cognition and your memories. In the end, you'll become little more than a
Good
shadow
times
of
in
her
Rush.
true
Is
self.
there I don't think there's really a necessity for that, to be honest.
I'll take it. At the very least, it will allow me to stay with you and watch how you
Maybe
grow
I'm
up.
incorrect about that, but I don't think there's really a reason to have hashtags.
Mom, something's really wrong with Dad.
Like, I would understand if it was like a shorts thing. That's probably where it helps the most,
Don't
but
fret, Ayu. I will gather some
I don't think it
medicinal
would
herbs
help,
right away.
if anything.
I promise you, nothing will happen to our family.
It's needed for beginners and
Why would these memories come to mind now?
yeah, I'm fine with how it is currently.
The longer we live, the tighter we cling to what we have.
At the end of the day, it's just a hobby thing, really.
Oh, how I would love to hear your voice one last time.
But I don't. Maybe I'll give it a go another time.
Jialiang!
I just don't see a need for it personally.
Jialiang! Dad, are you awake?
No, when I'm no, when I don't
Jiangli,
mind how it is currently.
Didn't I... Huh? What are these?
How does it feel to come back to life?
Oh, it's the
Do you feel
talismans.
strange or different in any way? If so, could you describe it to me in detail?
Dr. Baizhu, I thought that I was going to...
Die? You did indeed. As things stand now, you're more akin to a zombie than a human.
I'm a zombie?
That's right. Before we set off, I asked Chi-Chi to prepare an
Get some
elixir
trending
of
tags.
immortality. With its help, you have been suspended in the space between life and death.
It's not
Of
really
course,
needed.
This is but a crude
personally.
imitation of an Adeptus art.
I'm just fine with how
I
things
don't
are.
expect it to extend your life indefinitely.
No
Whether it will
reason
keep
to
you
grow
alive
currently.
For a few days, a
I'm
few
fine with
months,
how it
or
is
a
right
few
now.
years, I am as interested as you to find out. But, however long you have left, I believe it should be more than sufficient time for you to say your final goodbyes before departing the world in peace. I hope that Director Hu finds this arrangement to be a satisfactory one.
An elixir of immortality? How'd you cook that up? Ugh. Leave it to you to work on something like that behind my back.
It's a work in progress that hardly lives up to its name. and it would have had no effect were it not for Jialiang's iron will. In the end, I am merely a doctor. I understand very little of the great principles governing life and death and the perpetual cycle of yin and yang. All I know is that if I'm presented with a life that deserves to be saved, I will do everything in my power to save them. And even this would have counted for nothing without Director Hu's assistance. After all, did you not tell Jia Liang to show us the way before we set off for Qingce village?
Oops. And I'm busted.
Without Director Hu nudging things in the right direction, we may not have found Jiangli in time.
No wonder he didn't mention the elixir back then. I thought he was being frank and transparent with me for once, but apparently not.
Director Hu told me to keep her suggestion a secret, but it seems nothing escapes Dr. Baizhu's attention.
Never underestimate a serpent's sense of smell.
All I wanted was to help Jialiang find his missing wife as soon as possible, so that he could be on his way to the afterlife without any unfulfilled wishes making the journey more difficult than it needs to be. Leave it to Boo Boo Pharmacy to snatch the perfect opportunity right out of my hands at the last hurdle. Never mind. I'll just have to put it down in the books as a deferred consideration. One Chi-Chi was enough of a conundrum. The last thing I need's another one. If I'd known this was coming, I'd have whisked him off to the Wangsheng funeral parlor the moment I found him.
You stay away from my dad! When I grow up, I'm gonna become an even better doctor than Mom and Baizhu, and cure Dad for good!
Oh, is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first person who's tried to put Wangsheng Funeral Parlor out of business. If you're serious about it, you'll have your work cut out for you. Traveler, Paimon, I'll catch you all another time.
Is she finally gone? All's well that ends well. If you ask Paimon, we should probably do something to celebrate this hard-earned family reunion. At times like this, a grand celebratory feast is in order.
Of course, it's gonna be a feast.
It feels like it was a whole lifetime ago when I last talked with Zhongli and Ayu around the dinner table.
Yay! Paimon can't wait! Alright, first things first, off to the market for some fresh ingredients. Let's go!
Wait up! I'll come too!
Baizhu, thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
Don't mention it, Jiangli. I was just doing my duty.
Just your duty, huh? Baizhu, Changshang, would you mind if we took this conversation outside?
Oh. Instead of being the traveler, I'm now Baizhu.
Now that you are part zombie, there are some rules that you need to know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening.
First, don't forget to stretch your body regularly. Second, don't forget to...
Yes? Go on. Don't forget to...
She's forgotten, hasn't she? Yep.
I forgot.
Fair enough. I don't know why I fully expected Trutao to just mention that she knew Chi-Chi was there. It's also so strange hearing her talk after her not talking in a lantern, right?
Time flies. It's been so long since we bade each other farewell in Shenyu Vale. Changshang, you're the same as ever. You haven't changed one bit.
You, on the other hand, have changed a lot.
Why does it feel like the NPC's faster?
Right.
What?
My younger self would have never imagined that things would one day turn out this way. Or you'd turn out this way, Baizhu.
It is rare for the NPC to actually be faster than you walking. Unless it's like a playable character NPC, then it happens.
I've taken a look at your elixir of immortality. It's not altogether dissimilar from the poison I concocted in terms of the way it functions.
I have to say, Jiangli, it was a stroke of genius to use poison to maintain life. I hope you're not too upset at me for copying your methods.
No, not at all. With your intellect, even if you'd never seen my poison, I believe you would have eventually arrived at the same approach. But I'm still impressed by how quickly you managed to gain such a thorough understanding of it. Jialiang's still only been in your care for a few days. Not just that, you even managed to improve upon the original formula. That cannot be explained by intellect alone. Baizhu, be honest with me. Did you try out some of the poison on yourself?
Huh. Told you the truth would surface sooner or later.
Life force isn't the only thing that Changshang's contract lets you transfer between bodies, is it?
Nothing gets past you, Jiangli. You are correct. Besides life force, Changsheng's secret art also allows for the transfer of toxins and diseases. When I treated Jia Liang for the second time, I transferred some of the poison from his body into my own. Not only did this allow me to alleviate the burden on him, but it also gave me an opportunity to study its properties. There is no need to worry about any long-term consequences to my health, however. Now that the source has been destroyed, any remaining poison in me will have already dissipated.
But you took such a huge risk. If we hadn't destroyed the god's remains back there, then even you might have... What am I saying? I'm in no position to criticize you for this. The reason I left our master and went into hiding all those years ago was that he was getting old, and I didn't want him using up any more of his own life force to treat my husband. But in the end, how were my methods any different? I risked one life to save another, and then you tried the poison on yourself too. It looks like both of us have ended up going the same way as our master before us. Are all disciples of Chenyu Vale destined to turn out this way? To live a short life, having given away our own for the sake of others? To fight relentlessly against the natural course of life and death, whatever the cost? Maybe our fate is sealed the moment we decide to study medicine.
We are doctors, Jiangli. We ought never say that anyone's fate is sealed.
Baizhu, I can tell that, over the years, you've used the contract with Changshang to transfer many diseases and toxins to yourself. There are so many that some of them I don't even recognize. Can you still stop before it's too late?
I think you know the answer, Jiangli. Every one of us from Chenyu Vale believes in the same thing.
Hey, food's ready!
Mom, come and join us. The Traveler taught me a load of new recipes and said even Dad'll be able to taste them. Come and try them out.
Yes, darling. Mom will be there in just a second. Hey, slow down. Baizhu, I know I won't be able to convince you, but please don't forget that if one day you're not around anymore, Qiqi, Gui, and all the friends who have grown fond of you, they will all miss you dearly.
There's no need to worry, Jiangli. I know what I'm doing.
I can only hope so.
Baizhu, what did Jiang Li mean by not around anymore? Are you gonna be okay? Every single mortal I've ever contracted with including Baizhu and Zhongli's master, has passed away at a young age. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You said that the contract with you helps people live longer.
It is a very long story.
Long ago, when plagues ravaged the land, one doctor made a pledge to rid the world of pain and suffering. But even the most ingenious mortal medicine could not stay the tide of disease. And after working tirelessly for many years, even his dearest loved ones fell sick and bade their final farewell. Legends told of an herb lord in Chenyu Vale who could cure any illness known to mankind. The doctor sought the herb lord, but found only a white snake, its breathing weak and its power all but spent.
Sign this contract and let our lives be joined. Then I will impart to you the secret art of healing. But be warned, this art will harm your own health.
With means beyond human ken, the doctor could now reverse the process of death. And yet, the time still came to say goodbye. Only now, the one departing was the doctor, his life force spent. His final act in life was to pass on the contract to his final patient, his favorite disciple. The disciple chose to dedicate their life to saving the lives of others. And generation upon generation followed in these footsteps. Since I inherited this contract, I've always respected the path taken by my predecessors, and followed it myself unquestioningly. That is until I tried to use the art to save my own disciple's beloved. She begged me not to use up my own life force. She said that this art is a poisoned chalice, an evil and unnatural practice. She did not wish to sacrifice one life for the sake of another, when both were lives she treasured. Only then did it occur to me. Did I not suffer when my master passed away, just as patients' families do at their loved one's deathbed? Are not the lives cut short by this contract just as worthy of saving as any patient's? What is this contract to us? Medicine or poison? Alas, I no longer have enough time left to find the answer. I entrust to your care both Changsheng and this final question. May you find a remedy for this conundrum, which has ailed us so.
Time and again, no matter how much I try to warn them or balance their chi, I can never save them. And you? What's your answer?
If I abandoned the contract and left you without a host, what would happen?
I suppose I'd spend my final moments taking a nice nap on Mount Yaojun. Then I'd be reunited with my old friends and your predecessors.
Then it's decided. If there's a life in front of me that deserves to be saved, why shouldn't I do everything within my power to save it?
Once again, it's the same answer. So be it. Close your eyes. Who knows how many more people will take on this contract?
None. This contract will end with me.
My contract has strict requirements on the host's natural temperament. All my hosts have been most pure of heart.
But when one with an altruistic nature gains access to this art, they are more seduced than the average person by the miracle of overturning the laws of life and death. though they know better than anyone else the fate that awaits them. When faced with the sorrows of humanity and the pain of losing their nearest and dearest, they cannot help but reach beyond human means. They are like moths that throw themselves into the flame, seeking a glimmer of hope in a dark world filled with pain and suffering.
So, Baizhu, does that mean...
I suppose that would make me a moth that yearns for the light, but doesn't want to be burned to a crisp. Changsheng's art can transfer pain and suffering between people, but it cannot reduce the total amount of pain in the world. It's just like we witnessed. Either Jia Liang feared for Jiang Li's life, or Jiang Li grieved over Jia Liang's sacrifice. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for their principles. But I do not wish to join their ranks, nor do I wish to pass on this contract to anyone else in the future.
Huh? But didn't you already transfer a ton of diseases onto yourself?
What makes a poison poison? And what makes a disease a disease? When it comes down to it, are not both mechanisms that affect the operations of the human body? If disease is defined as deviation from normal functioning, then who knows? Perhaps the true elixir of immortality could in fact be a kind of poison. Many may view the notion of searching for immortality in poisons and illnesses as a flagrant violation of the natural order. But to me, it is no different from the way our ancestors tested the medicinal qualities of herbs by sampling each and every one. I don't want those who come after me to lose their lives to this contract. Nor do I wish for Changsheng to perish from losing her host. This leaves only one solution, doesn't it? Precisely. I will be Changsheng's final host, and the tradition of passing down the contract will end with me.
Even the gods of old struggle to achieve true immortality. First you want to save others, then you want to save yourself. Now you even want to save me. You're getting greedy, Baizhu.
But isn't wanting to have it all what makes us human? For a selfish moth like me, who's afraid of the flame yet yearns for the light, the only path forward is up towards the moon.
For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
Dr. Baizhu, Traveler, what are you still chatting about? The food's about to get cold.
We also have coconut milk for Changsheng and Paimon. Okay, fine. Let's go grab some food. Paimon has a bunch of burning questions, but they can wait till after we've eaten. I do envy Paimon sometimes. Eating her fill is enough to satisfy her body and mind.
True. And yet, although we call them simple pleasures, are such things as these not precisely why we mortals cling desperately to the life we have?
Well then. That's... makes more sense on why the snake's always with Baizhu now then. Will they be up here? Will anyone be up here? No. Okay. Well, there's only Lyney's left. This looks so empty with only one more. Time to go to Fontaine. Been a while since I've been here for quest-related stuff. Let's see. I need to be down there. Okay. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. I need to be down here.
Hey, isn't that Charlotte?
I see. So you
you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double.
Who the hell's the
Now that he's
Phantom
back,
Weasel?
I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here. Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
Who the hell's the Phantom Weasel?
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel, nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday. I know, the phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
I'm not gonna try and read that.
This is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now? And what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted? Aww. But Paimon doesn't want to get kidnapped. Well, he'd have to go through you first. You would stop him, right?
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though. Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Lyney!
Magic, magician, Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lyney!
Okay.
You see,
What?
the original
What?
Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too. And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
I mean, I guess it's worth it.
Oh, relax.
Shot?
My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go. No time for delay.
I mean, I guess it's worth a try. I don't know if that connection's really that strong, but I guess you never know.
Mr. Magician, how did you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer, and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Hey, Lyney?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand... let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow, got it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Lyney, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it.
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
It's gone!
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see! It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Lyney, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this phantom weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time, but let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
Using the flower that resembles separations. I wonder what that's referring to.
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's done. You feel it too, right? So itchy!
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Magician's assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too! Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
Excellent. Thank you for putting your trust in moi. The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there. We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
Where's the cemetery? Is that place outside Poussin? Gift of parting. Okay. Yeah, it is the place outside here. Okay. Was that waypoint inside or outside the tunnel? I feel like it was outside. Like on top. I feel like that's how I remember it being. It is.
Take me up.
Except at least this time I don't have to be climbing the damn ladder for multiple seconds. I can just glide down instead. There is a few people here. Oh. And the net's there too.
Watch out!
You took your time.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette. We're working as Lyney's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
Okay. Oh, there's only two people to talk to, really. Yeah.
A lot of people here today, huh? When did this cemetery get so popular?
Wait, do I have to do it in an order?
Same thoughts here. What's going on?
Is it not these two? I have to do it in order. Oh my god. Why in order?
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiancé? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Why do I feel like it's her that sent the letter? I just get that feeling it was her.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't. But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes, he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay.
Okay. Oh, it's just gonna take straight into dialogue. Okay, that's good.
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Lyney, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Hotel de Bois, is that the one hotel with the cafe thing? I'll go ahead and teleport then, I'll do this time thing. 8 to 10. No, 8 to 12, okay. I love waiting for this. Yeah, it is this hotel, okay.
Over here.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan. Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
Okay. Done better. Let's do Lyney's as well. I should have only done 2 like I normally do. 3 is quite a bit. I don't know why I went with 3. Could we easily just finish after Baizhu's?
You neglected to
Oh my
mention
God.
that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they
Yeah,
heard
we've been
that I
about
was
2
meeting
hours.
with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lyney stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Lyney. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
That guy may want to go take a rest.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Lyney, be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Alright. Okay, he's probably gonna be down below, correct? Oh, he's gonna be to the right, one of the two. He's to the right, okay.
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I say way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
Hey! Keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions. Or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. Some flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Sounds like a very good person to work with, huh?
What do we do now, Lyney?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation.
Is that not
Don't
someone
say
from the
anything
Spina?
and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
Is that not just the Spina? Dear Rasula. I feel like that's just who it is. 1,000. Where am I heading to? All the way to the station. Oh, okay. Unless it's just straight up someone in a suit. I have a side quest there? I've already done that side quest.
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
It's just people.
So you're Lyney.
No, it's not.
And
Okay.
where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister. Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
Looks like we can't avoid this fight. Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Don't worry, we got this.
And voila!
Watch out!
Oh, I guess that was enough damage from the plunge thing. Okay.
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet! Oh, they got away!
The fact there's an elemental orb just floating on Human's head.
Before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who? You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Wait, did those
Well,
despawn?
if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to
Oh,
the
they
cafe
do.
and see if we can
Wow.
get any information from her.
I was wondering what that noise was. It's the orb despawning. It's this way, right? No. Oh, it's back in Fontaine. I thought it was back. I thought it was going over to Poisson, considering she came out of there last time. Oh, Lynette's here. Very talkative.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Understood.
Alright, that's a
Annette,
place
you
underneath
stay
the
here and
code,
take
isn't
care
it?
of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Kind of feel like that's how she talks, isn't it? I can't remember the entrance to the Fleuve Sonde is out without the waypoint. It's been way too long. It's the one place you just really go to during the Archon quest. And I think Chiori's story quest. It's just not somewhere you really go often outside of quest. And even that's rare.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Huh. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first.
Okay.
There we go. It should be just down here.
The pretty old hatch. Oh, yippee, I definitely need one of those. That pyro crystal is going to help me so much, surely. Okay. Is there any chests? No. Don't want to miss out on any one-time chests. What exactly is this?
So this was Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. Let's head in further. What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Oh. There we go. Oh, there's mechanical units down here.
Step right up.
Lyney heals. Wait, what? Why does Lyney heal? He doesn't seem to lose any health or anything. Of course, one of those are cryo.
Look, the doll in the box is glowing.
It looks like I'm gonna have to find them.
There's something written on the card on the doll. Let's take a closer look.
Like a little dove. Oh. I see. Wait, they both have wish lists. Oh. Could have fried chicken that never runs out. Dumb. What do I need to do here then?
These magic boxes are moving.
one of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
Is it not that one? Did I? Yeah, it was that one, okay. It just doesn't highlight anymore. Gotcha. The top middle again. There we go. All those bombs will automatically attack anything that they're next to, I see. After some time at least. Don't think you're meant to be able to see outside that wall. Being able to see outside the wall is a bit strange. Especially when there's nothing behind it.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... and... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
Yeah, that is actually gonna be quite a large room. Of course, there's more combat.
And watch out!
That killed the wrong one somehow. Thank you for the cutscene game. I really need it for when a large door is opening. It's probably not for me to walk out on this side again. Oh, not. Gonna get another one of these. And they're not attacking. Eh? Oh, I guess I triggered something by walking slightly further.
Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead. If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
Alright, see you in a bit!
Is that not the same box that Lyney used for that disappearance trick at one point? Pretty sure it is. Well, Lyney's no longer part of my team since he's staying down there. Oh god. What the hell? This will work. Wait, no it's not. Yeah, that's not gonna work. God damn it. I realized too late the error of my ways. I know how to do it though. I just need to ride that last one to the end. I don't need to walk straight across like I did. Now if we go down and then I can go. So, how did I... What? How? Oh my god, I walked on the edge.
Gotta finish it in one run, huh?
I walked on the edge and it didn't trigger it. Wait, yeah, please. How can you walk on the edge but it doesn't trigger it sometimes? I walked on the edge on the previous attempt, didn't I? This shouldn't be difficult, but for whatever reason, it's just not triggering right. I hate how if you walk on the edge, it just doesn't activate properly. It's a very simple puzzle. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh, it's going into formation to unlock the door. That makes sense.
Wow! There's a hidden room here! Let's see! Oh, this bookcase is full of Caesar's own... This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
Found the wish list.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat?
This is gonna be a lot of dialogue.
2 children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely. Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these two. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down. It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those 2 children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
I mean, he doesn't sound like a bad person based on this.
I asked the 2 kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon. It's
It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now.
They're probably from the House of
They're very
Path,
tough,
then, are they not?
but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that? P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
Yeah.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Lyney and Lynette, don't you think? So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Lyney!
I mean, it certainly sounds like it. Considering it's two children who are probably from House of the Heart and are good at magic, just like Lyney and Lynette.
Lyney?
Shh, hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed.
Uh-oh.
First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
Oh no.
The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least. And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh?
Well, there's gonna be a
I was
reason.
about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it. Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trap door onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And, sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed. Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left. Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him. But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side. Isn't
That's
that right,
Lorenzo.
Lorenzo?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it. Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
Do your worst! Hiya! Ha-ha! Cha! Coming at ya!
What next? Oh, what are these? Really?
Watch out! Ha-ha!
Well, thankfully it's not much of a problem.
Coming at ya!
Really, he's not dead. I thought that 64k would be enough, but I guess not.
You kids are tougher than you look.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking, and what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolize Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician. Me! He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just leave
Forbade
it?
me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me. I had to kill him. There was no other way. He had to go.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way. that the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world. I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much he was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
Okay. Yippee, teaching of order.
At least I can
say?
finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
That's all he has to say. Okay. Then it's going to go into another dialogue scene, I assume. Yep.
Lyney has told me the whole story. Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
At least he's not going to fight it.
Look who's finally developed a conscience. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because there'll be hell to pay.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lyney? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point. We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
Okay. This must be pretty close to the end in that case. Back up here. Okay. Same way as before. And they're both still just sat there, probably eating. I landed on the roof. Okay. The umbrella even.
You're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
Third.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
It's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
Point taken.
Did everything go okay?
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry. I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but
It's okay. We understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers in your position, too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry. Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious. But I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, it looked like they got along great. And to think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Oh, thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show. Wait, Paimon feels like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary! We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Lyney and Lynette or not. Lyney changed the topic back in the workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well, guess we'll just have to ask Lyney tomorrow evening.
The Opera Epiclese, that's over here, yep. I really hope I'm not teleporting over here just to teleport somewhere else. I didn't even look at the time.
Me that carrying an unreliable weapon.
The next evening. Does the current evening count? Let's see. Because it didn't say the next day's evening, it just says the next evening.
Not carrying one at all.
No, it is the next day. Okay. Wait, they even said tomorrow evening. There we go. Yeah, I don't have to teleport anywhere else. Good. While I'm here, do I have any... No, I don't. Okay. I do not have enough to level it up, because I think it's 30 per level. Right, oh, it's 25, one of the two. Alright. So I'm gonna go into a cutscene, or do I have to walk there? I have to walk there, okay. I kind of forget you can just enter freely here. Because this place is used exclusively during our conquests. You never really have a reason to go back, to be honest. There is no one here. Say Lynette, Charlotte. Can we talk to Charlotte? We can.
Here I am, as we agreed. I wonder what kind of show Lyney has prepared for us this time. Oh, the anticipation. It's killing me. Oh, and how could I forget? Thank you both for capturing Lorenzo. Now that this decade-long case of the Phantom Weasel has finally been put to rest, I'm going to go through my notes and put it all together into the most spectacular special column piece to ever grace the pages of the Steambird.
Okay. And then this is the cutscene one, okay. Now it's full?
Paimon's excited to see another of Lyney's magic shows! Wait. Lynette, shouldn't you be on stage by now?
Not this time. My brother's going solo today. So, I'll be watching with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin. The great magician Lyney has prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen before.
Wow! A new trick!
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
No wonder. Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little children. Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world. And somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So, I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head. I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Oh, that's so cute! Actually, now that you mention it, Lyney's done that one before.
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So let's treasure the time we have with him. After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
That's right. It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now, Phantom Weasel.
See? Even Lynette says... Wait, what? The Phantom Weasel? Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Lyney once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't like this riddle. Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something!
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying the performance so far. There will now be a brief intermission, after which Lyney will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for. The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they? Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
I didn't expect someone to request to join during that. That was not expected. It's all just talking, and then all of a sudden someone's requesting join. Is Lyney gonna do the one trick I think he's gonna do? The one that Caesar failed. Well, not failed, got tricked into, essentially.
Dear me, this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood. This is a big mistake for a magician to make, but thankfully, I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a story?
Lyney, don't we have more important things to address right now? Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask. And as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
Really? Well then, let's hear it! Paimon's dying of curiosity here!
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was. Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf. After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now, all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes. But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this, pulling the strings. But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Lyney? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me, even without a shred of evidence?
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight. Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in on it? But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Lyney, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious. Having killed Caesar with his own hands, Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we? If I had to guess, I would say that the real weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten. She'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly rag dolls from whatever scrap material she could get her hands on. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that tender age, she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts. Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true, and it will fill the void in my soul.
That's some pretty heavy stuff.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Lyney?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
Huh. That's right. What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light.
She didn't write the letter.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But it seems like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace. Lyney. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now? You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House. But why?
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him? Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you. He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget, and so we came to find you.
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
Free? Do you really think so? Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with lies and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people. Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing became your way of numbing the pain.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years. You're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now, and I guarantee you, you'll never see it again.
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Lyney to perform his final act in tonight's show. I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is a death-defying high-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
I'm sure you all remember the magician Caesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel. But we have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are my true witnesses.
Lyney, wait. You two hid a lot from Caesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book? Or are you still the same as ever? You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
You're wrong. I'm nothing like you.
So, what are we, doing now?
Like Lyney said, when you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
But what about Gemma?
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Lyney after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
Alright. Well, let's go and watch Lyney's finale then. This trick's a pretty dangerous one, but he should be able to pull it off, right?
That was a lot of talking, I have to say. Christ. I honestly thought it would have been done a little bit. Ah yes, my objective is higher than me. I'm standing right at it. I guess I was half right as well about the Phantom Weasel being Gemma.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day, you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Lyney is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? One minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished right in front of my eyes.
What a heart-stopping magic show! This was really worth the trip. Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Lyney has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better grand finale. It will make a great headline for the Steambird tomorrow, even if I do say so myself.
Looks like everyone really loved Lyney's grand finale. Paimon doesn't see Lyney anywhere. Where'd he go? Oh, Lynette said he'd be waiting for us at the usual hunt. But, where is that? Oh, you mean the one where Caesar's buried? Yeah, that's probably it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Lyney's way of saying goodbye to Caesar. So it makes sense that that's where he'd be afterward. Alright, let's go look for him there.
Well, looks like it's coming to an end. This is probably the last bit of dialogue for the entire quest. Which also means I have no more character story quest to do afterwards. Which feels weird to say. In a full year, I've managed to get through most Archon quests and all character story quests. That just doesn't feel right. Feels weird having no more quests to do when it comes to characters. At least the 5 stars. The fact I see 2 challenges right next to each other. Of course I do.
Here you are. Are you alright? Paimon was scared to death when the chain broke. Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him. I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes. We figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, "It's my passion." But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
Lyney.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you? But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
Yeah, cheer up, Lyney. We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too. But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings. Delicious food, fun toys, and the traveler by my side. Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window. You know, Traveler, doesn't that kinda make you Paimon's truth?
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me, and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the opera house just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Lyney, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lyney Paimon knows can do anything if he puts his mind to it.
Oh, all right then. I'll give it a go, but only because it's you. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand. We ain't going along with this.
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me. Okay, try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers appeared somewhere else.
Really? Let's see. Wow, there it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right? This one's called, oh yeah, a rainbow rose. But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Lyney, pretty please!
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Fine. Please, teacher, please!
Since you asked so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
Look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back now, too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read The Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Lyney and Caesar will be plastered all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
Here I am thinking it's gonna finish there. Something up now with 2 flowers. Oh no, the other one's gone. Oh. Okay. Steambird's over here. This is incredibly long. I forgot how long they get. 8 to 12. Thank God that was just in time.
Rise like smoke.
Oh, it's right here.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Lyney, I'll only take a moment of your time, if you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along.
That was quick.
Too late, bro. That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Whoops.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Lyney's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
Okay.
Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Lyney did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon, guess what? Lyney started using rainbow roses in his tricks.
What? I don't recall
Oh,
ever
no.
having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No, I just,
What the... What now? Oh, did Paimon say something wrong again? This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all. Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships there. Can't blame me for being curious. All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
Yay, finally. Oh my god, it took so long to finish. I completely forgot how long Fontaine quests are. It's just insane. Well, where will your journey take you, traveler? Not a message I thought I'd ever see. Wait. Hello, wait. Oh, Sumeru. How are you involved? Oh. Done a quest. Well, can only wait for more to be released.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House.
I forgot about I forgot about idle talk. That exists, doesn't it? Trying to think. I don't know what to do from now on with Genshin. Because I mean, hangout events probably aren't interesting. They'll get repetitive. You can only do one per hour because they're about 3 hours long. One per hour because they're... No, I can only do one because they're 3 hours long. Or at least the ones I did was 3 hours long. Jesus Christ, they take a while. I'll finish off Lantern Night tomorrow. Alongside the event stuff, so I can get the free skin and the free crown. And of course the primals. I should return to wandering at some point.
Is risky for
And I need to do Dying Light 2 as well. I should probably get Dying Light 2 resumed at some point. I'll do that next, I think, afterwards, after Lantern Rite tomorrow. I think that's the best way to do it. Outside of them, Wuthering Waves I'll probably return to. Everything's so loud. Why is the music so loud? Turn music down to 2, because Christ, it gets loud. Yeah, returning more the ring to do the character quests I've been missing out on for the past 6 months? 7 months, maybe? What else is there? Grounded, I still need to go back to at some point. But for now, I'll be Dying Light 2 after the Lantern Rite tomorrow. Probably do Dying Light 2 on Thursday. Maybe. I don't know. I'll see.